Hello, all, and welcome to the Emerald Collective channel for a very special Sunday one shot. I'm Ben, but I am not your GM for tonight because tonight we are in the world of Tír Nascath for a special Beyond the Woods game run by its creator, Emmet Byrne. Beyond the Woods, whose Kickstarter is launching in just 1 week on March 11th, this day week, is a new. No, it's not. It's a Tuesday.
Tuesday week.
It's a Tuesday week. Sorry.
Yeah.
My brain.
Not that I'm
It's
counting
been
the
a-
days or
a long-
anything.
Yes, I saw the post about the up today. So, Beyond the Woods, whose Kickstarter is launching in just 1 week on March 11th, or less than 1 week now, is a new dark fantasy setting for 5e, drawing on the myths and legends of ancient Ireland, and featuring new systems for open world hex crawl survival campaigns. The Kickstarter has already racked up over 2,000 followers. I'm not quite sure the exact number right now, but we're over 2,000. And if you'd like to join them and sign up to be notified when it goes live, there will be a link scrolling in chat. Before I pass it over, do it. Go adventure into the woods with us. before
Enter
I pass
out
it
of the
over
woods.
to
The
Em-
goal is to go beyond the woods.
well, beyond and yes, we have to break on through to the other side. Before I pass it over to Emmet and we get to rolling dice, I've got just a few announcements up top, as we always have. So, just in EC business on our Patreon, which you can find by clicking the link also in chat, we're offering original monsters, magic items, and maps to use in your games each month. You can also get early access to our podcasts, shout out on stream, and bonus content, as well as discounts on select items at drivethroughrpg.com and on commissions from our cartographer and technomistress, It's a Map, and from Lishan Garvey, formerly Zorp's Art, who created all of our awesome Patreon art that you'll see on the page. However, if you don't have any coin to spare, but still want to show your support, fear not, because we have a free tier which you can join and follow along. And when you do, you'll even get a free original monster and magic item for your trouble. Plus, even more free content on occasion. So make sure you stick around and keep an eye on the updates. Can't wait to share all the gems of the Emerald Collection with you. You can find our first foray into the world of podcasting wherever you usually get your podcasts. That first foray being No Silver Linings, a Call of Cthulhu podcast by Mark Corrigan of Shinnok Games. And it features 15 episodes of chilling horror set in Silver Mines, County Tipperary in 1919. I live in Tip. I live in County Tip. Not a lot's changed since 1919, and it is still a chillingly horrifying place. You can also catch The Violet Madness, one of our D&D podcasts, returning to the Emerald Collective in podcast form. Episode 0 will recap the story so far from the previous campaign that the lads were playing in, and it sets the scene for the adventurer's quest to rid the land of Castonia of the magical disease known only as the Violet Madness. The Violet Madness is available on all platforms now, all podcast platforms. I don't think you can watch it on Netflix, but maybe someday. You can listen up to episode 5 right now, or get a sneak peek of the next episode 2 weeks ahead of its release date over on Patreon. If you want to stay up to date on everything EC, the best way to do that is to come on by our Discord community, ever growing. And speaking of community, we want to give a big shout out to our patron, Carrig. Thank you so much for your support. We really do appreciate it. Here on Twitch, yeah. You were on the rota today as we were ticking off. We were going through the shout outs. Here on Twitch, we stream several regular campaigns, and next on the schedule is Arcane Adventures in Andromedas, returning to your screens on Tuesday. Having arrived in Sun's Grace, our party has joined up with the Druid Buddy. However, is it too late for the small town? Signs of corruption are beginning to show. Has the cult already succeeded here? Well, you can find out on March 4th. If you like our shows and you haven't subbed already, please consider doing so. It really does
Yeah, man, you don't know you got it.
to keep playing RPGs with friends and making fools of ourselves for your amusement on the internet, which is what you're all here for. Thanks to those of you who are subbed. This wouldn't be possible without you. A reminder, you can use those subscriptions as well as channel points and bits to influence the game, providing up to 3 single-use boon, inspiration, and healing to any of the players, or to Emmet, the GM, and his monsters, if you like rooting for the bad guys. And, details for all of that can be found directly down below. Thank you to Tabletop Audio, and to Kevin MacLeod via Incompetech for the music you'll be hearing tonight. Excuse me. And to the techno mistress herself, Kate, for her tech wizardry and incredible overlays. And
Yeah, that looks sick.
yeah, and
Stunning, as always.
yes, it's excellent. I'll say get well to player Tendai, who was going to be playing tonight, but it's last minute, had to I wasn't feeling very well, and Carrig heroically, stepped up to the plate. And he's playing the wizard, so he's really like, last minute, like, right, let's look at this card row. Let's go with the one with the most shit on it.
I was like, wait, do I know what these spells do? Yes, yes, I do.
You do.
It's still 5e, so you're okay.
Yeah, which case in point, it's 5e. It's got a lot of cool extra stuff, which Emmet's going to tell you about in a second. But it is, as a base, it's 5e as an engine. So if you've played 5e, you know where you're at, but there's still lots of cool little surprises and systems on top of that. So, well, on that point, I think I'll pass it over to Emmet now. If you want to tell us all at home, what is Beyond the Woods? What do you want the people at home to know?
so much. There's a beautiful map behind me. You can kind of see it. So thanks for having me on first. It was great to hang out at VentureCon, which is off Ben, and organize this pretty quick, obviously with the Kickstarter launching Tuesday week. So Beyond the Woods is a dark fantasy campaign setting for 5th edition, inspired by Irish myth and legend. So it's not like grim, dark, super hyper violent. It is more so about like the horror and the mystery and the tension. That's the more dark fantasy that I prefer. There's much more of a focus on exploration and survival, and actually, like, do you have the food that you need? Counting your ammunition, all that kind of stuff. As you're exploring the world, it's very much about the journey as well as the destination. Obviously, it's D&D, so there's still going to be combat, but it is very much about what you bring with you, like your gear and equipment, and what the kind of party composition is. Yeah. That will determine how successful or not that you are, and it's a little bit more deadly. Which is why the characters are level 2, because I tried it at level 1, and it doesn't make for a good one shot. It does actually make for a good one shot. It'll last about half an hour, but so that's kind of the overview of Beyond the Woods. It's on Kickstarter Tuesday week, March 11th. We have an early bird in there, so if you're back within the first 48 hours, you can get the super fancy slipcase with the map and the stickers for cheap.
I have seen it. I can't back yet, but I did get a sneak peek, and I already I want to give the money, but I'm like, I don't think it's set up yet.
How it's meant to be played, because you get a map and you get stickers to mark where you're going to go. So for those who might not know, it's a hex crawler West Marches style campaign, which is literally you're moving from hex to hex. For the GM, it's very much driven by the players, and it's easy to drop in, drop out for this kind of thing, where players might not be around, so you can just run it with a few players. You can run an adventure, maybe take a session, and that's you're fine to just do that and get back to your base and move on to the next adventure. It has stickers that you can mark where you've been, or if people have died, or wherever you've explored. The GM also has a little bit of freedom. They can put the adventure sites wherever they want, really. As long as this adventure site is in a forest, so you can put it in any of the forests on the map, and the players have to try and get there. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of customization and stuff to it. But that's the game. I won't do any more of the marketing spiel, and I apologize to anyone who just rolled their eyes out of their head.
I'll say, speaking of the customization and kind of what you can do. So I think you could play, obviously, if you felt it fit for your game, I'm sure you could, you could plug 5e characters as in it, but there are also if you were playing, I suppose, kind of pure in the setting Tír Nascath, there are 6 kind of core character classes, like the warrior, which we get to that Freya is playing, which is, it's your fighter, but it's not quite. It's a Beyond the Woods. It's the fighter out of Irish myth, and so there's some kind of tweaks there. But I think we're on that point of the characters and what you can play in Beyond the Woods. I say I'll get to some player introductions and character. You don't have to know a lot. We're running pre-gens here, and Carrig, I'll come to you last because you jumped
Desperately
on.
Currently
reading the
reading
character
my.
Yeah,
sheet.
desperately reading.
Currently reading it as we
Um,
speak.
Eric's
Yeah,
making crib notes on his hands.
yeah, we can. Yeah, so I think
Cast
well,
Magic Mercil? Magic Mercil? I don't know.
Magic Mercil.
Listen, I play a wizard. I can handle a mage.
Magic Mercil. Yeah. So, Keith, why don't we start with you? You tell
Hello, everybody.
the
I
home
am
who
as
you are and who you're
is
playing.
Keith.
Who you are in that sitting room and who you are
I
in the
am,
magical
yes.
realm
I'm
of
in my
Tír
sitting room with
Nascath.
the fire on, I have candles lit. My better half is away, so I'm playing in the cozy room now rather than upstairs in the office. So
Where
that's
she
nice.
shoves you into your dark
Exactly.
attic, nerd.
My name is Keith. I am a massive fan of Irish mythology and history and folklore and stuff. You can see my Lord of the Rings inspired Irish map up there, my Celtic Wheel of the Year. So much so that I run Celtic themed games in a local castle here under the name D&D Era. If anyone is interested in playing D&D in an actual Irish castle,
I would
find
encourage
us.
you. It is as epic as it sounds.
Yes, Ben has DM'd. Have you DM'd all
Yeah.
of the games?
I think every one bar one game where I was playing in Dave's and I played the anthropomorphic Irish Wolfhound coup. I
That's
think that was for
right.
the Imbolc one. Yeah, which was, and Keith will always try and do like a collective. We did one where it was each table like added something to a group effort between the whole con, where somebody rolled a giant foam dice to destroy. Oh God, it wasn't the Avatar. Was the Ravenloft one? It was.
It was the
What is his name? I've forgotten his name now. The evil
Crouching
dragon.
Darkness from those.
Yes.
Or Crom Cruach or
Dove,
Crom
yeah.
Dove? I can't
Crom
remember.
Cruach. He was Crom Cruach. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent. Keith.
So those are the
D&D
games
era.
we run. Ben is there. You too could be there. Reach out and find us somewhere on Instagram. I think we're most present. Tonight though.
Or if you drop into our Discord as well, we can get it.
Oh yeah. You'll
The
find
D&D
us.
era
Here.
Discord
We have
as well.
Discords and stuff. So I'm very excited, Emmet. Thank you first of all for creating this system because I am now going to be using it all of the time. Potentially at the next castle game because it might slot in nice. And also thank you for having me.
Do a lot of the work for you.
I know. I am very excited to be playing Dinam, the hunter class, and the changeling background. So that's going to be really exciting. I'm just really excited. Thank you. Looking forward to playing.
Yeah. I think the hunter is kind of a bit of a fusion of a ranger and a rogue kind of archetype. So it's your magicless ranger. Yeah, it does all the things that they do. Is sneaky and good wilderness.
Yeah, I call them the wilderness rogue. Like, but they're they don't have magic. Some of the subclasses might, but they're very much like it's about their actual skill and their survival ability and all that kind of stuff. Like a little bit more Aragorn, I think, because I know he has a bit of magic, but less magic, more wilderness rogue is how I pitch it. Yeah. And they can have a dog, but that's a level 3, so
but they're not
I nearly got a
dog.
dog.
To use their bonus action every turn to
and you can see my character in the overlay. Kate, the absolute genius, is able to bring up the character art, so you can see
pop it up
with my bow and arrow.
And he usually hunts alongside his wolfhound, Bran. Bran has not come into existence yet.
Level 3 for the dog.
Bran is going to be in this game. You can assume Bran is a wolfhound pup, safely nestled in Dinam's backpack, away from any
kind of trouble or danger.
Speaking of trouble and danger, Freya, I think, is.
Yes, hello. I am Freya. You find me mainly just on Instagram or in the EC Discord, and I'm so excited to play this one. I get to play, guess what, a warrior. Her name is Maeve. She is a human warrior. It seems to be the class that I go for these days. I don't know why, but there was a line in the pre-gens that got me. That she was raised by her father baker, and she was more likely to knead faces than knead dough. And it just reminded me so much of Kethra, and I was like, that's it. She's mine. So I can't wait to see what she can do.
Yeah, she's got a pretty cool battle axe as well.
Yes, I've seen that, and I've seen the character art for her, which are techno Goddess has that on there,
Yeah,
and she just looks so
that's what you
badass.
want. That's what you
Shout
want.
out to Clara Marie Moran, who did all the character art. She's incredible. And then the
Oh,
lovely
yeah.
elk behind was Wouter Fleurus. God, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, a lot of amazing art, and I'm very lucky.
It's always the thing is that you collaborate with people online, and you're like, I know your hand, this is, I saw the very talented Jog Brogson at AdventureCon, and I was like, do I call you Jog? Am I saying that right? It's, what you never you don't see these people in real life. What is my chat doing? Oh,
We have
trying to
a question.
update.
If the artist, do they take commissions?
I believe she does. Yeah. She's based in France. I've worked with her for a few years on different things. I have a lot of amazing concept art for her as well. She is super
I've
super
seen that
talented.
going up on social media.
Yeah, maybe we'll get the links for that and put it in the
socials.
Discord for
very good
our...
at characters and very good at creatures, especially horses. She does good horse. Yeah.
That's a notoriously difficult thing to do for like. I feel like can you draw a horse, or maybe it's can you draw hands and feet is kind of the equivalent for
Hands and feet are the worst.
an artist. That it's like a chef where it's like they'll ask you to can you do scrambled egg, that's kind of the barometer for it.
And she's tagged in a couple of the posts on my Insta as well, so you can follow from there as well.
Yeah,
Perfect. What we'll do is we might get some links and pop them into our Discord channel for people who want to join.
And what is... Sorry, folks, my chat has decided to act up. But while I am sorting that, Carrick.
Yes, I've done my homework while you're doing that. So yeah, I'm
like
Carrick.
a true wizard. A true
I'm the stream GM here for Arcane Adventures in Andromedus, which will be coming up this Tuesday, which is a high fantasy, high magic, high consequences game that is being played in by Freya here and a few other people here in the Emma Collective community. I'm also playing tonight Dinkecht, I hope I said that correct, who is an ASG, which is like the kind of Irish Fae version of elves to a degree. And he's
OG elves.
Yeah, the
OG elves, yeah.
So he is a Fae, so do with that information what you will. Be careful. And he's he's a mage. So mages, from what I can understand, take on a similar role to the wizard in this game and have the same ability to copy magic down and stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. He kind of comes from a place called what's it called? The Balleran Mountains, to the north of
Beyond the mountains, yeah. So the ASG live in the north. So kind of up here on the map, way past where you can actually see.
I should change my accent. Got it. right. Let me mess around with that.
Beyond the mountains, yeah. The mage is an interesting one. They are very similar to the wizard, but in the world of Beyond the Woods, which I'll get into, a lot of stuff has been lost. So there was a few archmages that survived, and they hoarded all their magic, and they only took on 1 or 2 apprentices. So the magic is actually quite scattered. There's very few of the spells that you would know in common D&D that are around. Some of them have been completely lost, like a lot of the healing ones that would make the game easier. And then like some you can actually find out in the world. But the thing about mages, they can scribe pretty much anything into their spell book, and they also get a lot of cantrips, loads of cantrips. So they actually, and they have pretty much, there is no like divine magic, arcane magic. So like one of the spells I think you might actually have is Cure Wounds. A wizard isn't going to have
Cure Wounds. No, but I like that kind of distinction of it's like magic is magic generally, but again the way that the Dree, which is a bit sorcerer, a bit warlock, like they cast with magic points, but it's like it's kind of you can learn the same things through different means. So last I don't have to worry. Well, Maeve's not too bad, but I don't have to worry about mine. I'm Peg. Peg. Well, I'm Ben. Sorry, I'm Ben. GM against the Crimson Queen every other Tuesday, which is our Shadow Dark game. And I had the chance to play a bit. Yeah, I am a kiddie. Also in chat, I think there was inspiration given to Maeve. I think.
He actually as well.
Oh, very good. Oh, I'm behind. I'm catching up. I'm Ben. You might know me around here. But I'm playing Peg, the Puka, the race. That they're also, which I'm very excited about. They're a Shanachie or storyteller. So probably definitely the most unique class anyway, or kind of character option for Beyond the Woods, which I was really excited about, and I got to play a bit of one at AdventureCon. So they are a storyteller, and unlike say a bard, which is kind of just it's a mage, it's a magic user, it's just a caster.
They're basically a wizard. They're a fancy wizard.
Yeah, they're a fancy wizard. They're a wizard. They're a wizard who stereotypically tries to bed everybody. They're a fancy wizard, is right. But in true tradition, so they have something not quite spells, but a storyteller, or a Shanachie. They start telling a story, and it's composed of verses, and each verse is sort of begins at like a cantrip level power, and each turn you can either add a verse to your story or sort of keep telling one verse and sort of get an improved version of it. Like, so for instance, we have a dozen arrows, yet still he stood, which is at its basic level. You do that, everyone sort of in the 10-foot radius, you and your allies affected by the story who hear your story, they can reduce all damage received by 1. If on the next turn I decide to use my bonus action to keep telling the story, I can either keep using that, keep on that verse and go up 1 step to the improved version, which means that me and my allies now reduce damage received by 1d4 instead of 1. Or I could add in a new verse, and you can do that a limited number of times. It was really interesting to play with, and they're it's a very good support kind of. I don't want to say caster because it's not, but a support class. Very really interesting, and it was one of the things I was most excited about when I'd heard about Beyond the Woods, and there was going to be a Shanachie.
They mostly do that as a bonus action, so they can still do other stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Pillars of Eternity, they're very like the Chanter from Pillars of Eternity because I love that class. So
yeah, exactly. Oh, I mean, when I played, this was just to clarify, when I say that they're a support role in ways, but it's not like, say, being a heal bot, or because I did a serious amount of damage. I mean, I was shanking people, with my dagger. So
Shankin' Shanachie.
Shankin' Shanachie, yeah, that's what they call me.
Is she from Shankill originally?
Yeah. Oh, we got gifted subs there from Cohol20. Thanks very much.
Good. Thanks, Mel.
Appreciate it.
Cohol is very upset that no one's playing Mogruth, which is the big goat man that you can see there.
I was really tempted, but I was like, I'll stick with what I know with the mage.
Yeah. I was just excited. Yeah, I was like, well, it's it's like I can, I said, I was like, I want to keep playing the thing that I can really only play if I'm playing Beyond the Woods, which is this Shankin storyteller. So here we go. Well, from one Shankin storyteller to a storyteller that's hopefully not going to shank us too much throughout the course of this evening.
Nice.
I will hand it back over to Emmet for the actual gameplay, and we can get to rolling some dice and seeing some of this in action. So
excellent.
That's enough from me.
Before we jump in, I will say there's 2 other classes that are in the game that I'm quite surprised actually are here. One is the Mogruth, who is a Dree, who is more like the traditional Irish druid, which is actually closer to a wizard. So, but they are they're sort of a combination of a druid, wizard, sorcerer. So they use spell points. They can be much more fluid with their spell casting and things like that. They're a lot of fun. And then there is also the channeler, which from the art is basically like this a bit like she's like the Morrigan, blood of the Morrigan. But the channelers are constitution based spellcasters. The power comes from their blood, so a bit like sorcerers and warlocks. But depending on how you build them, you can actually make more of a paladin, like frontline type person, or you can do like a spellcaster, like Aindu, who we're not playing. She has a swarm of ravens that she can just use, and I'm amazed that because it's every game I've played, she's been in it, and I think T was due to.
T was going to play Aindu, yeah, and well, Aindu was in where somebody played Aindu, and that was very handy when we were making our way through and like hex crawling. Was like, does somebody want to keep watch? I was like, well, I guess we'll let the swarm of ravens do it.
Yeah. It's actually kind of nice to not have them because they're like the ravens check. I'm like, it's like okay.
Yeah. Well, and they had Bane, and the Bane spell was really.
Oh yeah, that was sick.
A Bane spell is So.
But yeah.
Here we go. Yeah.
Cool.
But
all right.
Yeah, it's awesome art. But Anyway.
So, okay, so Beyond the Woods is set in the lands of Tír Nascath, which comes from the Irish Tír Nascath, the lands of shadow. It is a world filled with magic and spirits, obviously inspired by Irish folklore. It's an ancient world, but as far as you know, centuries ago, the Slua, comes from the Slua na Marv, host of the dead, swept across Tír Nascath, and they killed tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people. And they pulled the souls from them, leaving these hollowed out, rage-filled husks called Marvak. Your ancestors fled back to one of the 4 great cities. You fled back to Caed Darach, which was the first oak, where the golden light of the golden oak tree at the center of this city protected you from the Slua. So the Slua almost slammed up against this barrier. Your ancestors were able to flee inside. The Slua couldn't get in. You couldn't go out, or your ancestors couldn't go out. And that's pretty much the way it stayed for centuries. The city grew bigger. The people learned to farm the land and fish the rivers, and that's how they survived for centuries. Over time, you or your ancestors will have seen from atop the boughs of the great golden oak, you could see the light of these other cities. There was 3 other cities. Gradually, over the centuries, they've slowly winked out and gone. That the leaves have died and the trees have gone pale, as each of the cities presumably has fallen. But Caed Darach has still stood until recently. The leaves have started to fall from the tree, and the light has started to wane. And the corona that protects the city, it's getting smaller, and the darkness is starting to creep in. There is understandably panic within the city, tension. Some people want to leave and try their luck beyond the woods. Others preach caution, say it's a changing of the seasons, the tree will be fine, it's growth and renewal. But the Freya Vaka, who are the elders of the city, have decided that they'll send out some small groups to maybe search for something that could help, lost in the bones, the ruins of the old world and these ancient civilizations. Or for somewhere else to live, or find out what happened to the other cities. Your group, I'm going to say you know each other, are one of the groups that have been allowed to leave the city. So you are now preparing to leave and venture beyond the woods, which no one has done since the only ones who have really gone beyond the light are the hunters that provide a lot of food, which the Dinam is one of them. But even they would kind of just skirt the edge of the forest, hunt game, and get back as quick as they can. No one really, over the years, people have left, but they haven't come back. Every now and again, adventurers will decide to go out and explore the ruins, and they never return. So that's where we start. There are a few things, despite the fact you've pretty much lived your whole life, or so you have lived your whole lives, and the city has been like this for centuries. There are some things that you know about the world. One of those is that the world is old. There was your society, Caed Darach, and the other great cities. But before that, there were these other civilizations, and the bones of those and the ruins are spread throughout the world, under the ground and over the ground and overgrown. It's your hope, or the hope of the people in the city, that some of that lost power and knowledge might be buried within those ruins somewhere that could help your city, or maybe you could find somewhere, a safe haven to protect you from it. Much of the knowledge of the world has been lost. The people of Tír Nascath they relied heavily on oral storytelling. So when everyone fled to the cities, stuff was left behind. Whatever books and stories there might be, and people they fled and did just for survival. So a lot has been lost. So the history of the world has been lost. The magic has been lost. A lot of the spells that would have been known are now gone. The only mages or spellcasters who knew them died, and the archmagi in the city guard them closely, and they bring on some apprentices. They teach them new things, but maybe don't teach them everything, because knowledge is literally power in this closed ecosystem of Caed Darach. There were other great cities, as I said. They've fallen. No one knows what's happened to them. Over time, I'll get into in the game about that origin city. I won't go too much. And then the other one is there's world is filled with spirits. So the world of Tír Nascath sits alongside the other world, which is this like parallel dimension. In D&D terms, a bit like the Feywild, or from Irish myth, the Irish otherworld, the Celtic otherworld.
Yeah.
In the ancient parts of the land, or where magic is strong, the barriers between the two worlds are thin, and things can come over. Some of them are, they're nice. They're like the Puka, who now kind of make a lot of them make Tír Nascath their home. They would come over from the other world, and then they live here now. Others are less so, like the Slua and other creatures that are out there. There's the spirits and creatures of the world are. A lot of them, there's different ways to either defeat them or trick them. Some might want an offering, like a piece of bread, or like a thimble of ale or something like that. Others have to be defeated in a certain way, like cold iron or silver, or a stake carved from a yew tree to kill an Avertak. But those are the things that about the world. Before we dive in, does anyone have any questions on that? Anything anyone want to know? We'll obviously get into it as we play the game. And then, no, all good, cool.
I would just like to say this is amazing.
Thanks.
Like,
I'll see if I can.
I'm just looking. Keith is oh Jesus, I forgot now because it's not Neil Diamond, but it's in the Simpsons when the kids they Bart, Nelson, Milhouse, and Martin go steal a car. And they go to the concert, and Nelson is just like in the front row, just like starry-eyed, looking at them. That's Keith. I didn't think he was gonna do Moon River, but then bam, second encore.
I do.
Wow, that is a deep cut. Amazing.
Deep cut. But I got you, man. I know what you're talking about.
Look,
I tried to change the map there to show the
recently.
city. But it seems to have gone brown, so I don't know if someone could help out there with making the nice, lovely tree be on screen.
What is that?
There we go. Thank you.
Oh, I hadn't seen that before.
Just
That
been-
is fucking stunning.
Yeah, so the tree is giant,
Wow.
and one thing, one of the inspirations of this is also Elden Ring. So you have the big golden tree, you
Yeah,
have the
yeah,
ruined
yeah.
world,
That's
that kind
that's kind of the vibe I was getting there from this,
Yeah.
like real Erd tree, and that's very heavily Celtic.
Tree
inspired
man.
as
Yeah.
well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I think and I think as you said, Emmett, it's not the difference between it's not super it's not. And look, I love a bit of grimdark, but it's not super grimdark in it's not kind of Dark Souls or Bloodborne. It's but Elden Ring, it's it has that kind of threat and it's treacherous, but it is,
It's
there's
about the
a bit more
exploration
beauty.
and the
So
mystery
I
and-
don't need to burn this tree down to punch God in the face.
Not this one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Who knows? Okay, so that's where we are in the world. So mechanics wise, obviously you have your different classes and everything like that. Things are a little bit different in Beyond the Ones with how things actually work mechanically. The front of the character sheet is mostly the same. It'll look like D&D. The back of the character sheet is where things are a little bit different. So one of the ways that there's the focus on exploration and survival is if you look at the back of the character sheet, you'll notice that your inventory is broken out into a grid. And if anyone's played Resident Evil or any survival horror game, you'll recognize what it looks like. Yeah, thank you, lovely. So you have a number of spaces equal to your strength score. So strong people like Maeve, I think, has 16, I think.
Yes.
And then I think Dynkek might have 9, or Peg has 9 or something like that.
I have none.
And then each item has a different size, so small, medium, large, 1 slot, 2 slot, 3 slots, and you need to decide what you bring. You start with some equipment already, but what we'll do is we'll run through and people can decide what equipment to bring, because that's a big part of the game, is actually deciding what to bring with you. There's some items that you can start with. If anyone else has anything else that they would like to shout out that they bring, I'll see what we can do with that based on what silver you have and the costs. And the other thing is you have water die and food dice, or I'm going to say dice instead of die. Food dice and water dice, just to be crystal clear. That'll come up once a day. We'll need to roll for food and water, and you can run out of food and water and then you're in trouble, but we won't get into that now. So the first thing we need to do is basically decide on what equipment that you want to bring. Again, every day you'll need to make camp and find somewhere safe to rest. You might need tents. That makes making camp easier. If you don't have a camp, you can take a bedroll, which makes things easier. You can get hunter's traps and tools and all that kind of stuff. So some of you might have equipment. If you look at the front of your sheet, in the tools section, you'll see what you're proficient with tools-wise down on the bottom left. You might have some of those, but then there is basically a list of, in the handout in Roll20, if people want to have a look, I can also just tell you of different equipment that you can bring. So I'll run through quickly here my nice deck of cards that I had from AdventureCon. I'll see if I can show the handout to folks as well. I have too many things up. Go away. Show to players. There we go. So folks should be able to see that if they're in Roll20. We can leave a nice, pretty picture of the artwork. Artwork was done by Sam Manley, who again is another absolutely incredible artist. He also takes commissions. He does really good like still lifes like this, but also some amazing characters and monsters. So he's great.
Yeah.
So the starting equipment there we'll need to decide on. So you have explorers tools. So if anyone has proficiency in explorers tools and doesn't have those in their inventory, they'll need to bring them. I think Dying Kect, you actually have these, so you probably don't need to bring them.
Yep.
And then there's hunters tools as well. So if anyone is a hunter, I think Dinam might have hunters tools, or we might need to take hunters tools for him.
I don't have hunters tools.
Yep. So you'll need to take those. There's also cook's tools if anyone's good at cooking. I think Peg might have that. I think actually Maeve has it as well.
Maeve has that and the hunters.
Yeah.
I do have the
only
explorers
cook.
tools for checked.
Give me something.
Yeah.
Or I can
so if
carry.
you find raw meat,
I
you have to cook the meat.
torches,
So.
Yeah.
There's also
But
herbalist tools. I'm not sure if anyone has herbalist tools.
I have writer's tools.
I think so. I think Morgruth did have them.
Yeah, I think Mogruth and Ain do. I think were the foragers. I think you can do with them without these tools as well, because they're one of the things is there's options for doing different tests. It'll often be like wisdom, survival, and intelligence, a set of tools, or there'll be 2 or 3 different options for searching. It's not
You're
just
not
10
locked
tests.
out of doing stuff just because you don't have the right equipment.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Emmet, Dave. I think Dave in chat has picked up. Dave has said that Peg has Altar's tools and doesn't yet realize the damage they'll do to a generation of school kids. Emmet did confirm for me who Peg was. Well, half named for.
Yeah. Yeah. It says Peg Sayers and also my granny. And then so you also have a noise trap, which you can put around the camp, to basically. Because again, you need to sleep, and if someone's staying awake, they're going to be exhausted or potentially be exhausted if they stay awake to keep watch all night. I should say the day is broken up into 4 quarters, so like 6-hour blocks. So you have morning, afternoon, evening, night generally, and then stuff will fall out of that. So noise trap is good for alerting you if something happens, but I also think Dying Kect has the alarm spell, so you probably don't need that as well.
Does, yeah.
And
Which
then
I think
you have.
Is it a ritual?
It's a ritual, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other things you have, so light is important. No one has dark vision because I hate dark vision, and it kind of ruins the whole mystery and tension. So
I like
you need to,
Shadow Dart?
you have to light cantrip as well, but also if people spread out or move away from you or whatever, it's
fair problem.
But light is great. So you might need to take a tinderbox. There's also hooded lantern and 3 sets of oil. There's 4 sets of torches, which come in bundles of 6, and each of those will last you about a quarter of a day. So that's your light sources if you need them. And then, as I was saying, there's bedrolls, which will help if you can't make a camp. There's a tent, 2 tents actually. You'll need, so they're 2-person tents, so you will need both of them to get advantage when making camp, because it makes it easier to find somewhere to rest. And then lastly, there is 2 healing salves, which are kind of like slow acting potions. They do 2d8 over 10 minutes. And then there's a healer's pack, which will stabilize someone if they're dying. And that has a certain amount of uses. So they're the equipment that you can choose from. If there's anything else folks want to take with them, we can do that. Myself and Ben were chatting about this, and I think we can do this on screen because it's kind of a big part of the game is actually deciding on what you're gonna bring with you.
Yeah, and as I said, I had that at the item box in Resident Evil experience, which I like. What do I take? Am I gonna need shotgun shells?
So you said specifically that there was, say, 3 flasks of oil. Is this one list of items for everybody? So we've got, say, 1 set of hunter's tools. Only one person can grab that 1 set of hunter's tools.
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously you can just share them between the party as well. Yeah, I think the PDF I showed you guys has, I think, maybe 2 sets of torches and 2 flasks of oil, but there is actually just there's 4 sets of torches and 3 flasks.
Now, Emmett, now I know what would be, say, the benefit of Dinam taking the hunter's tools, or does he have in his class? Does he have like an ability that would make it easier for him to hunt without, with his own?
So to hunt, you need either hunter's tools or a ranged weapon, and I think Dinam has a bow. So the hunter's tools can also help as well. So
But he could
you
get
might not
he
necessarily
could
need them. You can rely on your bow instead.
Would you be able to hunt
Would-
at ranged magic or no?
You are the second person to ask that, and I can't believe I never thought of it. Literally, when I was running the game at AdventureCon, I was like, "Can I use Firebolt to hunt?" I was like, "That doesn't seem safe for the woods."
It's not very reliable. Yeah, it's not,
I think it's a
not
little
ideal, but
Yeah, it's a little
desperate.
imprecise, probably. Yeah, it's
yeah.
I mean, just chill. A chill touch as well. I could like just necromancy them to death.
Unless maybe
Just
that one
tackle
spell, which I
around it.
always forget, which is like ensnare or rope trick, whatever it is. There's that one spell that like basically makes a rabbit like grab,
Snare.
or the thing that strings someone up.
Rope
Well,
trick
I think-
isn't that. That's a rope trick is a short rest in a box.
No, what was it? Yeah, there was some kind of. Well, I think Peg is. I'm going to be honest. I think Peg is probably the least useful possibly the least useful in a survival scenario, except for cooking a bit of dinner. And I might have Peg maybe take maybe the lantern might be good instead of the torches. I don't know what the weather is like out in the Quilchama. But maybe take the hooded lantern and some, like, take the oil, take the fuel for it. What do you think? Because I don't need. I have if I have one hand for my weapon, and I can hold something in the other hand. I don't need I can just speak the stories. You know what I mean? I don't need to have a hand free or anything for. I don't, Emma, do I? I don't need. I can.
No,
use
you
my
can
Baron,
pretty much
but-
easily swap between like your Baron and just using your voice. So.
Yeah. So I could be there, and it mightn't be a bad idea if we all kind of let's huddle and make a protective barrier around Peg, but also because the stories, to benefit from them, you've to, at least when you first hear them, you have to be within 10 feet of Peg, and then you can, get the benefit. So mightn't be a bad idea if we are in a huddle, or we're trekking around. That I don't mind being the light source.
Listen, you run Shadow Dark. It's only fitting that you take the torch.
Make him hold the
Yes.
fucking torch. Yeah.
Now it's your turn.
Yeah, your turn.
Yeah, well, I've 3 slots, so I could take the hooded lantern. I could take one of the flasks of oil to refill it, and then which
It's a
would only
full
go to
lantern to
half
start
a
with.
day.
We did clarify that actually. It starts with
Yeah.
oil in it.
Full, and then there's one more oil, so that'd be half a day. I could take if we want the cook's tools.
Well, I can take the
Uh,
cook's tools if you want, because Maeve is proficient with cook's tools and hunter's tools, and
have a
she's
look.
got the most kind of space.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
you
then
are
mine-
sort of a
unless-
pack mule in this scenario, unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty much. So I've
Well,
got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 slots free.
I have 5 somehow.
I'm gonna take a hooded
So,
lantern.
does it make sense for Deenham to bring the hunter's tools?
Yeah, you take
Um,
hunters, I'll take
s-
cooks.
Yeah, so just for yourself, Keith,
Yeah.
when you're hunting, it's either wisdom survival to track the prey first, and then to make the kill, it's intelligence or dexterity hunter's tools, or an attack with a ranged weapon. So if you have a ranged weapon, you're probably fine. The hunter's tools are useful for, say, if someone like Dying who might, if they had proficiency with hunter's tools, they could use their intelligence to hunt instead.
Okay.
So
So, maybe
you-
I won't take the hunter's
You
tools.
actually might not need them because you can just attack them with your bow, basically.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll scratch them off my list.
the
So.
benefit of being a hunter, I suppose. Is everyone all right if I take the hooded lantern and take the fuel? Like take 2 oil flasks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did actually. Someone pointed out in the chat, use Peg as a mule. You can actually turn into a mule as well, Ben.
But I was just about to say I can. Yeah, I was gonna say I can. Yeah, but as we discussed with the last one, was like I can turn into the mule, but I don't have like saddlebags or anything. So it's like if
Not
you want to
yet.
balance on,
Probably got ropes.
yeah. And
I was
then
gonna
when
say-
I'm not a mule, then we have a load of stuff we can't get. But yeah, this is the thing. Yeah.
I was gonna say I'd
Yeah.
happily carry the healing stuff because I am able to heal.
Okay.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Also,
Sounds
I assumed that I never checked, but the animal form, I assumed when I was putting it, I assumed that's from him, from Peg being a puka,
Yeah,
not from the Shanaki. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and if there's other equipment you want, I'll have a look. I have the list here and how much silver it is and everything like that. Because actually, funny, Carrick, there isn't actually a rope on the list of
Oh,
equipment that you have with you.
I figured it would be in like the explorer's tools or something.
No, that is literally just a set of tools. Like that's like a I was gonna say binoculars, but like an eyepieces and calipers and things like that.
Ah.
So what's the story then? Talk us through the resting and the camping. So I see there's like sleeping bags and tents. How does that work out then on the ground when we're actually out trying to get a long rest? How you
so when you have to look for a place to camp. So I'll get you the list of things that you actually make. So when you go to make camp, it's a wisdom, survival, or intelligence nature check to actually make camp. If you have enough tents to fit everyone in the party, you have advantage on that check. And if you make camp, you get a long rest. If you don't make a good camp, you only get a short rest, and you might get a level of exhaustion depending on the checks that you make. So you actually have to make a proper camp. If you're already well, you actually you get benefits from a long camp. It gives people advantage on other things, but you actually have to make camp, which is either wisdom, survival, or intelligence nature.
Find a suitable place where you'll get a good night's sleep and sufficiently unbothered by the elements.
And then the
bedroll
so the bedroll is usually if you have probably someone like yourself, who is always keeping watch. So what would happen is you would probably sleep in a different quarter of the day. So the quarter of the day where everyone's making camp and going and hunting and everything, you might sleep using a bedroll, which will give you an advantage on the check to get a decent rest. And then when people are sleeping in the next quarter of the day, you're awake. So the bedroll lets you, if you don't have a camp, or if you're kind of sleeping when people haven't made camp because you're keeping watch, that's when you do. You might not need it, because if Dying has alarm, that'll wake you up in the middle of the night.
Right. So you'd only keeping watch and alarm would kind of mechanically be a similar result.
Yeah, if you trust no one,
you could always
get past the magic, basically.
Alarm will only let us know when someone is standing over us, really, isn't it?
Like is a ghost going to set off alarm? I can't remember.
Ooh, good question. Okay, well, I feel like Deenham, because Deenham spends a lot of time out in the forest anyway, and their backstory is like they're kind of just go hunting on their own all of the time. I think Deenham would have a bedroll. That sounds like is the bedroll kind of a bivouac kind of a situation where it's like I just rolled my bedroll under like a ditch or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, I'll grab that one of those. So
Bivy bag,
yeah, exactly. So I've grabbed a bedroll, some torches, a tinderbox, and a flask of oil so far.
I've taken cook's tools and hunter's tools.
I actually need to take the tinderbox in order to light the.
I was going to say, so yeah. Do we? So we've only one tinderbox then between.
I'll grab another. Well, if we have, Dean Kecht has a light spell, doesn't he? Or does he?
I do have the light spell, yeah.
Okay, I could.
I think if you have the lantern, maybe you should have the
and
tinderbox.
He has light.
That's the main light
source.
You take the tinderbox.
We might.
Do you want me to take one of the tents?
We might be all right with light and the hooded lantern, if you want to take something else instead of the torches. But I don't know. I could always give you.
I've got a bit of space, so I think it's a good idea just to have torches. You
have the space.
What I like about torches as well, and again, Emmet, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I visualize, like, say it's nighttime, we're all hunting or moving around by torch. If we get into a fight, you can kind of like just throw the torch in the ground and it stays lit.
Yeah.
So it's not taking up like a hand, and you've still got that kind of.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel as good about dropping the hooded lantern and smashing it.
Yeah, that will explode.
Is anybody? Would the explorers? Did anybody take explorers tools?
I have one already. Did anyone take the tinderbox?
I did. I took a tinderbox for the lantern.
If you want, you can take another tinderbox for 5 silver. I'm fairly sure you can swing that. A rope is, however, 100 silver.
That's a lot of money for a rope.
And I mean, it takes a lot of skill to weave her up.
Sorry, Freya. Yeah, maybe
a lot of man hours or puka hours.
Well, yeah, there are no machines to do it. That's fair. I only have 14 silver. That's not happening.
You can get a bit of
somebody like this kind of machine that was like, well, not a machine. Well, I mean, it was a machine, but it was like these two kind of posts, and they were weaving the rope in between it, and just like weaving rope by hand still.
Wow.
I am making a cup of tea there, Kate.
So I've taken one of the 2-person tents then as well.
Yeah,
ready.
so I think 2 people should definitely take tents if they haven't already.
Well, I can take 2 of them if you want, but that's
I
4 slots it's taking
I
up.
have 2 slots left. I can take the other tent. 3
Okay.
slots actually. I can take a tent. Yeah,
And have we got all the healing? Is someone got a healer's pack and someone else?
I have both.
You've
Maybe we shouldn't have all of the healing in one person.
Well,
Or if you want to
that
split
would
it
make
up.
sense. Yeah,
Do you want me to take the pack then?
yeah. If you want to take
If
the
this-
pack,
I'll take the healer's pack.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
pack is for stabilizing if someone dies, and then the healing
Yeah.
salve is like your.
Yeah,
it's a slow acting
I'm
healing.
squishy. I'm the most
Yeah.
likely to die, so maybe
We
I should
don't-
have it back.
Do you have any kind of because we don't have like spare the dying or anything.
No.
I do. Or something.
Oh, you do. I thought you do. Oh, I thought that was only.
Yes, necromancy.
Yeah, the dying act was taught by Becquerel. God, I can't even pronounce it
Yeah.
myself. Who is like she's very much about life and death magic. So he has some healing stuff and some necromancy stuff.
I suppose
true.
then I will take the 2-person tent then, and
Beculia, that's it.
nobody is. Did anyone take herbalist tools?
No.
I don't think
Maybe.
anyone has proficiency in them.
I don't have proficiency, but I can.
No,
Oh, I do actually.
I'm not sure if we
Uh,
can lose. Oh,
I have a proficiency in explorers, herbalists, and writer's tools. I'll take them.
Oh yeah. You can forage for food and berries and stuff as well.
So,
Sweet.
this one.
that's it for me.
So-
and if we're playing for a few minutes and people are like, oh, actually, maybe I'll bring that thing. That's totally fine.
Okay.
But
So
in a
we
real
have
game, it would
tents.
not be.
Torches. We have the tools. There's another bedroll then if anybody wants it. We have
I
the
have-
tinderbox,
I have-
lanterns,
And
oil,
I have.
and healers. Okay, cool.
I had 3 slots, and it was taken up by the lantern, the fuel, the extra fuel to go in it, and the tinderbox with which to light it.
So there
that-
was 2 flasks of
Yeah.
oil. Is it? Do you want me to carry one of the other ones?
I mean, if
I've
there's a
got one
spare
of the
slot
flasks
going
of
in.
oil as well. I've
wouldn't
got
hurt.
torches, flask of oil, a tinderbox, and a bedroll. So I still have 2 spaces left.
Oh, then that's okay. Yeah, I've got 3 spaces, so if anybody wants me to take anything,
I have 1, so I guess I'll take another bundle of torches.
It's interesting when you get like, because everyone starts with I think like leather or hide or something, but like then when you're like, oh, I want chainmail or plate mail, it's like 3 or 4 slots.
Yeah,
So that's really interesting.
I've
You
learned
guys-
from chainmail.
You guys start with armor? Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny, there's some sort of spell you could cast on yourself.
Yeah,
some
all
sort of
only,
some
yeah.
sort of mage
Only.
armor.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
don't need to
that's
know about
called-
that. These people don't know magic. That's a secret.
Yeah, as Carl said, spare the dying type spell calls should be grand.
Yeah.
Call
Well, I
is
think
from my
that's-
regular game, and he is. Yeah, you got to deal with that stuff all the time, and it's wonderful.
What we're here for. I think even at AdventureCon, you know that it was at the game design panel you were on, Emmet, where Lawrence Schick, the designer of White Plume Mountain, was there, and he had said, we're talking about how do you make things impactful or storytelling, and it was the fact that these impactful kind of emotional moments, that even though you play a game D&D or role playing, whatever it is, and even though 90% of the time, as we all know, is spent cracking jokes and kind of shite talking and messing around, but it was like you don't, with rare exceptions, you don't really remember that. It's like, but the things they remember the 10% where Gargal the barbarian sacrificed himself so the rest of the party could get out of the tomb. You remember the emotional moments. So as you say, it's good, man. Yeah.
Sweet. All right, I think we're good then, are we?
I think so.
Excellent. I moved the Roll20 thing again, and it hasn't updated, so I'll leave that to Tech Team to move to which one? The Act 1, Exploring the Woods.
Yeah, it does not seem to be.
It's done for me. Oh, it's just on chat or on Twitch, is it?
Yeah.
Maybe it's delay. It could be the delay.
Thank you.
Speaking of AdventureCon from the chat,
I
have the
know.
mug.
Nice.
I have the
So
pink one as well, but it's been stolen by my partner. They are lovely though. They're so nice. All right. Okay. If we're good, we can dive into the adventure. Part of the
Let's go.
game. All right. Okay. You begin your journey out of Cave Darroch. There's a broken old path in front of you that leads down into a dark tunnel of gnarled trees. This used to be the main thoroughfare to get in and out of the city, and carts and travelers would move along here regularly, but that was centuries ago, well before any of your lifetimes. the trees are strangled with ivy, and their branches are hung with this heavy lichen. Sorry, I always pronounce that wrong, which causes the bark to to peel and tear like dead skin, kind of hanging from these trees. The path winds down amongst the tree trunks, and before long, the glow of the golden oak that you can kind of feel on your back is there's like a coldness there. And as you walk forward, you look back, and the golden oak itself is just a speck of light at the end of this dark tunnel of trees behind you. The branches hang over you, and the trees kind of claw at you, almost like the long fingernails of this decrepit hag, kind of pulling at your clothing and your cloaks, and just kind of poking and prodding as you try to make your way through. There's faint shafts of light coming through the canopies, a canopy above you, but it's very dense. And as you move further into the woods, it is dark. The boughs hang heavy overhead, and you find yourselves you actually might even need a light source as you start to move through these. So the area itself within the woods is dimly lit. So if you don't have a light source of some sort, you are at a disadvantage on perception checks and -5 on passive perception, just for mechanics.
We'll use the light cantrip, so as we're trying, just to
we may as well save a few
resources.
Cool. Are you casting that on something?
So touch an object is not larger than 10 feet in dimension to spell ends. Object spreads 20 feet bright light. So yeah, so like in terms of this, like who would be kind of leading us through the woods? I'd assume probably Danae as the hunter.
I would assume so, yeah. I think my character has spent a lot of their life outside, so he's kind of grown up not hanging out with people and has spent a lot of time more outside the forest than inside. So I would assume that when the group is getting ready to go out, he will be kind of leading charge or taking charge on that. And
yeah, so like he'll kind of reach out, and one of the arrows in his quiver just kind of tap on the arrow and cast light on it, so it kind of creates the light source.
Nice.
As it starts to get dark.
Very cool.
So that
added benefit of if he hits an enemy,
he can see them.
Aim for the arrow. Excellent. Cool. Okay, so it is morning. As I said, the day is broken up into 4 quarters. We have morning, afternoon, evening, and night. There's different actions you can take during each quarter of the day, but at this one we are exploring, and you explore as a group. During other quarter of the days, you can spread out and do hunting and foraging and looking for water and things like that, but now you're exploring as a group. If we can switch to the hex map, again, I've changed it in Roll20, but it's not jumping across.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why, because you should have GM, so I don't know why it's not.
I think it's taking you guys over, is it? In Roll20?
Has it? It didn't take me, but I can see it in
Roll20.
I can see it. Yeah, we're on the hex map. Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. You can see. I'll wait until it loads into Twitch before I explain what it is, unless it's set up in the GL there or something. Oh, you guys can see the map, can't you?
Might be it might be. Yeah, maybe possibly could be the delay between us and.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah, but we can see the map now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can explain anyway. So you are starting in, and hopefully we'll be able to get it up on Twitch in a sec. You are starting in hex N10. So if you look at the map, you'll see there's a little icon of an oak leaf just beneath Caed Darroch. And when you explore, you need to nominate a hex that you are trying to travel into, and then we will have someone who will be the scout who will lead, and they will make a check to see if you make it to that hex. There's a chance you can get lost or mishaps can happen and things like that. And then someone else or more than one person can be a lookout, and they'll keep watch as you travel, and then anyone else can do whatever actions they want. But the main thing here when we're traveling from hex to hex is that one person, the scout, is making a check. They can't have help for this one. They're making a check by themselves to try and get to the next hex.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't have it on Twitch.
I think the issue is that there's no vision on the token.
Yeah, I think
Ben is doing that.
What I'm gonna do is just put it on. I'll just put it on Dinham, and then that should. I'll say it represents Dinham, and then it should, cause EC should have vision for everything.
I mean, if dynamic lighting's not needed on this map, you can disable it, and that should fix it either.
No, yeah, I didn't. It's not on. It's not on any of the. I didn't put it on the game.
So Emmet,
Why
you're
would it
saying
be-
that our token is on N10, and we
N10, yeah.
nominate one of the surrounding hexes to go to, and it has to be. Presumably, it's obviously has
Yes.
to be the next one over.
So I just realized I completely missed giving you the hook of the adventure, which is hilarious. Top tier GMing.
We're just excited to be. That's okay.
So yes, as I interrupted my own flow. As you're getting ready to leave and packing up all your gear and getting this ready, Cahill, who is actually in the chat, but name for Cahill, he is one of the Freyavaka, so one of the elders of the city. He comes to you and suggests that you don't really know where you're going. You're going out into the woods. He suggests looking for Dundercon, which is the fort of the Acorn. It was once like a holy site in the Quilchamar. And it was when the golden oak, the great oak, fruited, when an acorn grew in it. That acorn was brought to Dundercon, and then it was planted in the rich soil there, and protected and nursed. And now when it grew into a sapling, it was uprooted, and then like basically a procession across the lands of Tír Nascath. It was brought somewhere else and planted, and that's where the other great cities came from. So this acorn, they were these precious things. They only actually bloomed or fruited every few centuries, so not very often. So they were brought to this holy place, they were tended, and they were brought somewhere else in the world, and a new city was built around them.
Oh, wow.
The last one fell a few hundred years ago, just as the Slua were kind of sweeping through. He has suggested going to Dundercon to see what happened to it. Obviously, it hasn't fully grown, because you would have been able to see it from where you are. But he suggested either you can go there and find out what happened, or maybe the acorn is still there. Dundercon is, if you see on the map, those collections of ruins kind of to the southeast. It's somewhere around there. So that's where you should be aiming for.
In this part of the world here, is it?
Yes.
Kind of just almost in the heart of. And how did you pronounce? I thought it was Quilchamar.
Quilchamar, yeah. So it's Quilchamarv. So it's the two Irish words, like dead woods.
Oh
stuck
yeah,
together. Quilchamar.
Okay, cool. So I guess
we still don't have that on the Twitch for some reason, but
yeah, I'm trying to.
It's all good. We can come back and show it. I'll jump to a different screen for now. So I'll jump to a different screen for now, and I'll let you sort it out. So you need someone to be the scout. So basically, I think if you can all see, I think do you guys have access to the map yourselves? We can see the map, but obviously Twitch can't see the map. So you are in N10, and you need to basically pick a hex that you're going to travel to.
I'm not on the map anymore.
No, you've moved us back.
I've moved away from the map. I'm a silly.
There we go.
There we go. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. My apologies.
So I suppose directly down N12 again be the next one, or N11?
Yeah, it goes in twos because they're like offset. It's a weird one. So it will be N12 will be directly below you.
Would be my suggestion, but I don't know what everyone else feels.
Yes, I'm here for this.
Yeah.
Direct route.
Cool. Okay, well let's do that. And I guess I can, as the hunter, I suppose it would be I'd be the best one to do any kind of checks or so. It's an exploration, right?
Yeah, so basically, depending on the hex that you are leaving and entering, the checks will change. So you are currently in open plains, you're just in open grass, and you're going to be heading into the forest. The heart of the Quilchamar is dense forest, so it's harder to travel through. So you can see.
Oh yes, the different colors where it gets darker.
Yeah. So it changes and gets harder. So what you'll need to do is, and we won't do it just yet, but you'll need to make a Wisdom, Survival, or Intelligence Explorers Tools check. It's up to you which one you want to make. And before you do that, we'll need someone or maybe two people to keep watch. So obviously, if two people are doing it, you can roll with advantage as well. So you're kind of just keeping lookout as you're traveling as well. So the way it works is because you're in either open plains or forest, in each quarter of the day, you can actually travel 2 hexes. Once you get into dense forest, you can only do 1 hex per quarter of the day. So we're still in the morning. So Keith, as Dinam, you're going to be our scout.
Yes.
Do we know who wants to be our lookout? So you're going to be obviously wisdom perception for that.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I have now. Let's see. It has. I think. What's my bonus?
Perception, I've got 3 on that one if you
Yeah, I
need.
have a 4, so.
Okay, super.
Yeah. So if you both want to actually roll and just give me the highest, because it's effective, you're going to be rolling with advantage. So
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm rolling. What? Sorry.
So you can give me a Wisdom Survival or Intelligence Explorers tools.
Wisdom survival. Okay, so my survival is 4, and other than that, it's intelligence, is it?
Intelligence Explorers tools, yeah.
It's just
So that'd be intelligence plus your proficiency. Oh, if you have Explorers tools, sorry.
Okay, I got 19 survival.
Nice. And then, Carg, was that your perception?
That was my perception, yeah.
Yeah. Freya, as Maeve, do you want to roll perception as well?
Yeah, sure.
And we'll take the highest.
Oh, a 6. Dear God.
We'll take the 17. Excellent.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. So you start to make your way into Biltmar in earnest, and you're pushing your way through the dense woods as you're kind of in this new state of being, venturing into the woods beyond the light of the city. I mean, well, not new for Deenan, but for the rest of you, you haven't done this before. You continue making your way through the woods. It's a little bit dark, but you have your light source. You kind of start to get used to it. It's, despite the Quilchamar being known as the Dead Woods, it is full of this vibrant plant life. There's berries and these kind of vibrant thorn bushes and wildflowers growing around the place, and you can hear animals and birds and things moving amongst the trees. So it is a place of quite vibrant life. As you're walking, you're kind of trying to be as quiet as you can, and maybe Dina's a little quieter than some other folks. The branches and the undergrowth are crunching a little bit under your feet, and after as you're walking, you kind of like happen to glance down and keep walking, and then you realize that some of what you're walking on that's crunching is actually bone. It's not covering the entire forest floor, but there are bits of bone scattered amongst the undergrowth and the foliage under your feet. Folks, make me an intelligence history check. If they wish. Anyone who wants to can make me an intelligence history check.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, we got the map.
D4?
Sweet.
Yeah, it's roll 20. Just everything was set like as it should have been, and roll 20 just decided it didn't want to do its job.
Roll 20 says no.
Yeah, intelligence history. The one thing I should be reliable for.
So everyone but Freya, sorry, sorry Freya. You would have heard tales, maybe from Peg or from Mihal, Peg's original storyteller took her in, or all the people within the city, that the people fled through the woods to try and reach Kate Dark, but not everyone made it. Those that didn't make it were either killed by creatures in the woods, or the slew themselves and just left to rot rather than turning into a marback. They were just killed by the blades of the slew, or just ripped apart. So the Dead Woods actually gets its name from the people that died there, rather than actually being a place of it's still a place of vibrant plant life, but death for people who pass through here. So that's where it gets its name.
Yeah. So
you have successfully reached your hex. So you're in N12 now. We're still in the same quarter day. We're still in morning, so you can give me another exploration check. So that would be Keith, if you can give me a Wisdom Survival or Intelligence Explorers tools, please.
Will you need perception checks again as well?
We'll keep the same one for each quarter day. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I just unclicked my proficiency there.
Nat
20!
Nice. Excellent. So you continue pushing through the woods. It is starting to get dense, denser and harder to get through, but you manage to keep going. As you are pushing through the kind of dense undergrowth, it opens unexpectedly into this bright open glade. There's a single tall tree standing in the middle of this glade, and then it's just kind of open terrain around it, kind of like nice wildflowers and things around it. But there's just this one tall tree standing in the glade. And there's like these like pools of sunlight kind of coming through. It's obviously open, so there's pools of sunlight lighting up this glade, and the tree is covered in these kind of like white flowers with these little pink centers to them, and just kind of fills this glade with this quite captivating smell as you approach. So yeah, what would you like to do?
Are there any noises or?
Just the usual kind of ambient noise. You know,
Okay.
there's like birds chirping and kind of animals moving about the undergrowth and things like that.
Have I encountered these flowers before?
Yeah, you can give me a nature check, intelligence nature.
Ten.
10 is actually just enough. You haven't seen them, but you've heard of these trees. You're fairly sure it's a hawthorn tree.
Ooh.
Is there anything that Peg would know about hawthorn? I feel like Mihal, who they learnt their stories from, there might have been mention of a hawthorn tree in it. Was there any? If they could, would it be nature again, or could they try anything else to try and recall?
Yeah. So
information about
if Deanham shares that it's a hawthorn tree, anyone else who maybe has a pertinent skill can give me an intelligence arcana check.
So I'm not even going to try.
Oh, 12.
Watch this fail. Yeah, that's what. Oh, nice.
16.
Yeah, but that's with a +6.
Oh, actually, Dean Kex, you can roll with advantage. Actually.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm curious to see what
reverse
she
those
gets.
numbers.
There we
I wonder
go.
why.
A little bit more like it.
No,
Yes.
not a hope.
Believe it or not,
Pretty
that is
good
actually
for a
enough. That is
-1.
actually enough to pass the check as well. So, Dean Keck, in particular, it would jump out to you, but Peg, you would know as well, and maybe you've heard this too. The hawthorn trees are often associated with fae and creatures of the other world.
If that's the case, you'll kind of fairly softly speak up and be like, "Give me a moment. So I don't think we should approach." And I'm gonna take 10 minutes, if possible, to cast detect magic.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Drop that in the chat.
Yeah. While we wait, Peg is going to tell a story.
Maeve is ready just in case.
Cool.
Yeah, well, like Dinkax, he's a fae. He knows not to treat with other fae.
No.
Yes,
Willy-nilly.
but goodness knows what could come out.
Yeah, well, he'll just briefly go, give nobody your name unless it's me.
Shit.
Absolutely.
But what if they turn and look like you? Ah.
Well, then
What's
they're
the code word? Get a code word.
changeling.
Pancakes.
Pangoga. Yeah. So with detect magic, I'll kind of tentatively, if I have to, approach the tree.
Yeah. So what does he do for his ritual? Does he sit on the ground or?
Yeah. So he kind of sits down cross-legged and like sets a spell book out in front of him and begins to trace like faint sigils into the air, and they kind of leave like a greenish glow in the air behind them, but eventually fading.
Yeah. Okay, you do that, and you're maybe, I'm gonna say, well, you tell me how far away you are, but I'm gonna say you're like 30, 40 feet away from this tree. You let the magic kind of wash out from you. The Quilchamar itself is old and ancient, so there's like ambient magic throughout the whole place, but just that kind of like low-level mishmash of a couple of different, types of magic and things, but
just like old spells that have left their mark.
Yeah, but from the tree in particular, you get a strong sense of like transmutation magic and enchantment of some sort. And you notice actually the magic that flows out of you, a ring lights up around the base of the tree, around its roots, and you actually spot now that you're looking at it, there's a ring of mushrooms around the bottom of the tree.
A ring.
Yeah.
There is a boon there from chat for Jean Kicked.
Yeah, so he kind of eventually kind of stands up and begins to kind of approach very, very carefully.
Yeah.
And he's going to just inspect like the ring of mushrooms. Obviously, I'm guessing the transmutation is coming from the mushrooms.
It's more so from the tree. The charm is kind of like, it's almost like the whole circle around the tree. It is that more of that kind of charm or that enchantment around it. You can give me either Wisdom Survival, Intelligence Nature, or Intelligence Arcana, and let me know which one you pick.
I will go Intelligence Arcana because Mage, I think that's my best score. Or
Is anyone else doing anything while Dean Keck's doing this?
Yeah.
I'll be keeping watch. Probably with, I think, as a rule of thumb, Deanham, whenever it is like keeping watch, will have an arrow knocked and almost have kind of like a held action with the arrow not necessarily pulled back already. Yeah. Now, I'll leave it up to you if you want me to make a check if anyone jumps out to decide whether they're friend or foe before the arrow goes flying.
Just like with the really shaky, come on, I can't hold this much longer.
Yeah, no, holding the bow is not easy for long periods of time.
Sorry, you got Cargo was a 10, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That is actually enough. You know from approaching, and maybe you know more from it yourself as well, that this is a fairy ring. And it's said to be caused by fey creatures and spirits dancing around the hawthorn tree. You are not sure if they're good or ill omen.
Fuck it, I'm going to use it now.
Better safe than sorry, I'd say.
I'm going to use my otherworldly spirit.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Tell us what that does.
So my connection to the other world allows me brief glimpses into the world beyond ours. As a bonus action, I gain the ability to see 60 feet into the other world for a number of minutes equal to my level, so 2 minutes.
And it's
So
Nice.
while using the otherworldly sight, you perceive both this world and the other world, but see creatures and objects in the other world as ghostly specters. You can end this effect at any time as a free action. Once used, I can't use this until I finish a short or long rest, or if I'm ever in the other world, it lets me see into the real world. So I'm essentially, as I kind of step towards the fairy ring, kind of worried that this may potentially be hiding a portal or something there. True. I'm going to look into the other side and see that there's nothing waiting for us or nothing malicious.
So you do this, and the world kind of like bleeds away, almost in that the Lord of the Rings put
Like
on the
Put on the
ring
Ring?
kind of
Yeah.
thing. But then
I
it
vanish.
kind of crystallizes. It crystallizes a bit, and then it's just these kind of really like oversaturated colors of like purples and greens and golds and orange and things like that. As you look at the tree is just like almost pulsing with this life through it. It looks mostly the same, but it's almost like it's moving and shifting, like like one of those eye trick puzzle things. I can't remember the name of them. You kind of looking around, you see like on the mushrooms, there's like these tiny, almost humanoid looking wisps, like bouncing from tree to tree and like twirling in the air. There's like beautiful ballet as they dance along these mushrooms all the way around the tree. And that that kind of quite enchanting sight is broken by within the circle at the base of the tree is just covered in bones. There's just bones littering all around the base of this tree. And the tree itself, you're fairly sure it could be or has been a portal at some point. You're probably not at risk now.
Okay.
If you had the knowledge, you might actually be able to open the portal yourself. But whatever here, there's like powerful magic, like a curse or something. And it's probably not a good idea to disturb either the mushrooms or get much closer to the tree.
Yeah, so now seeing that, Daniel will kind of like stand up and be like, he'll turn to the others and be like, this is a place of death. Watch for mushrooms, do not cross the barrier they make. Do not go close to the tree.
Cool.
Fair enough. He said he was looking at Dean King. He's just going to trust that Pagan's going to trust that he was staring at those mushrooms for quite a while. I assume he was doing some of his.
I assume his eyes kind of
his magic.
glaze over or roll back into his head when he does that.
I didn't want to disturb him. I knew a very good, had a great story there about a wise woman there who used to make a great poultice from mushrooms, would cure any rash. But I didn't want to, he looked like he was concentrating. So
I should say as well, the ASG are themselves obviously quite ethereal looking. I don't know if it fully came across in the art at the start, but their hair is actually almost like one long piece of silk. It's not actually strands. It's one like flowing piece of silk that always seems to move in the air. So they have this kind of ethereal, magic feel to them. But that's just aesthetics. Okay, would anyone like to do anything else, or would you like to move on?
No, I think we should get the fuck out of Dodge. I think
Yeah.
based on what Dean Keck has unearthed.
Wait, he will describe what he saw as well in like more detail as as he gives the initial get the fuck away from the ring.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I suppose.
Oh
Dean,
yeah.
Man, a few
Peg
words.
has enough sense.
I'll nod,
Yeah,
but
he's enough sense.
lead us around the hawthorn tree. That's not the tree we're looking for. Obviously, that's just something.
No, it would be an oak tree or an oak sapling or something you'd be looking for anyway. If it was. So, but yeah, you can move, kind of skirt around this tentatively. Still arrow at the ready. Maeve and Dean Keck and Peg following along, and move further into the trees.
So when Peg will make like a written note, because again, I think as we said, a lot of whereas Peg likes to keep the oral tradition alive, and he said that was some of the trouble, that it was an oral tradition, so a lot of history and things were lost. So as they're going out to collect stories and to learn more about the outside world, they're going to make note of all the things that Dean Keck described and what they saw, and they'll make a catalog of it.
That's good. All right, so you managed to reach the next hex. Oh, sorry, I don't think I actually got you guys to nominate which hex you're traveling through. Are you going straight down, or are we shifting into?
Just keep heading towards the ruins, I guess.
Yeah, I think we were making a kind of I think.
Are they ruins or are they bones? I can't actually tell.
They're ruins.
Okay.
So you're in N14 now. So, so you've traveled all morning, pushing your way through the unknown wilds of the forest in search of Dundercon. From what little light that can reach you on the forest floor, you guess there's still a good few hours of sunlight left today. You heft your packs and kind of continue making your way through the woods. So, which hex would you like to move in? You are starting now in dense woods, so you can only move one hex. You're now in the afternoon, and things are going to get harder because you're in dense woods now.
I like this one.
So we're going.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking.
That looks like the busiest of the.
Going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go straight for the center of it, I suppose.
Emmett, do you want to stay on the hex map, or do you want to move to a kind of a
I think we can move to a
setting?
a prettier map.
Deeper still?
Deeper still, yeah. Let's do it.
As we're heading into the deep woods.
Ooh,
Now,
okay,
which
so
is that
you're
in Kate.
moving into the heart of the woods a bit more now. Okay, so I'm gonna need another check from the scout. So Deanum, we need a wisdom survival or intelligence explorers, and then if Carrig, Dean Keck, and Freya Maeve want to give me a roll each for perception.
Yep.
I heard a gasp. I can't see the roll. I'm guessing it's not good.
7.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
The perceptions are good.
Yeah, so at least we'll see what you walked us into.
Yeah. So
Okay.
7 survival, 16 perception, and a 19 perception.
Okay. You keep pushing your way through the woods. It is getting denser and denser. You're kind of almost having to hack at it as you're pushing your way through. It's like you're getting caught on thorns and having to like wrench yourself free. You can't be quiet as much as it pains you to be almost stumbling through the woods like this, and the others are kind of trying to follow you and forcing their way through. Maybe Dean kept questioning how wise it was to wear robes, but you push through the woods. So I'm going to say Keith can be 1, and Ben can be 2, Carrick can be 3, and Maeve can be 4. What do we got? It's really hard to read a D4 on the roll.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
Me.
Okay, who do I say? Carrick. Oh dear. Okay. As you're kind of pushing your way through, Deanum is kind of pushed through some of the underbrush, kind of past these old kind of dead trees that are kind of snapping and breaking. You're kind of trying to move around, and maybe your eye catches something else, or the faint shaft light actually managed to break through. You take a step and you feel like nothing under your foot, and you kind of roll your ankle, and then you just maybe Maeve, you're walking behind, and you just see him kind of vanish, and you hear like this crunch and crash, and you look, and he's just kind of falling down this slope, pretty much hitting every single tree on the way down, He like slams into a tree, tumbles over, crunches through it like head over heels, and then just slams into the ground as he hits the bottom of this slope, maybe about 10-20 feet down below you.
Spare the dying, not myself.
Oh, you're so lucky. You take 2 damage from 2d8.
Yeah, it wouldn't actually do anything because of what it does, but yeah.
2
Nice. You are. That almost wiped someone out in a game before.
That still has almost wiped me out. I had 8 hit points.
The most deadly thing in that Ascon game was
it was crazy. Like you
more damage
tumble down the bottom. Miraculously, somehow you are actually not that hurt from this. However, as you're kind of trying to push yourself up, you hear this crunch and snap of something nearby. The sound travels oddly as you're in the woods. Maeve kind of up above as you're looking down, you spot something lurch from around the trees nearby as like Deancak's kind of pushing himself up. There's a figure maybe about 10 or 20 feet behind him. There's another snap of a branch, and Deancak, you can kind of whirl around now. You see this figure kind of lurch from the trees clad in these tattered robes, or tattered clothes, rags I should say. They look human, but their flesh is like stretched taut across their face. It looks like part of their flesh is rotting, but then also healing moments later. It's like the flesh is withering away and then coming back. Its hands are like thick with like muck, and you would imagine blood. It's just this browny red, almost their hands are kind of almost dyed the color from it. It sees Deancak and like opens its jaw wide and just lets out this and races across the ground towards him. So I'm going to ask for initiative for everyone. I will let someone else, if they can do, I can do a track initiative here by hand, if that's easier for folks.
If you open the turn order, it should track it up manually as well. It should be like a.
Oh yeah.
So
it shows my not used call it in a while.
I won't because we don't open the map actually.
Yeah.
I rolled natural 20.
Nice. Okay.
I rolled a 12.
17.
Yeah, if it's easier for you, Emmett, you can just
I'll just
do it
try
manually.
Now a bit of paper.
Nat 20 for 23.
Nice.
Oh.
I need to be 20 now as well. Okay.
That's 8 for me.
16. So okay. 2 6 and Freya. All right. Appreciate the intense music.
Yeah.
All right. So you have all heard this at this stage. You luckily actually just about had the perception to spot this thing before it got the jump on you. So Keith, Dinam, what would you like to do? You are first.
I think at the sound of the fall, Dina will just like drop to one knee and kind of turn around and draw an arrow and pull back the bow. I'm going to say, would it be possible to fire the light arrow, the arrow that's got light spells cast on it, at the creature, so that they are now a source of light, so everyone can see them?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That's me from being fucking have a target on my back.
Yeah, you're going to have disadvantage
quite
on the
literally.
shot. So I don't know if Chad has given you any boons or inspiration.
Not
I
yet.
think Deedham had some. Oh no.
Yeah,
oh, no, it was
you've
Dean
got
Keck.
a boon and a inspo.
Use those.
Hey.
So
Nice.
I just standard
We're in the-
firing short bow.
Yep.
What's the hunter
Nice.
strike again?
Oh, if it's unaware of you, yeah, it's basically your sneak attack.
Once per turn,
Yeah.
you can deal an extra 1d6 damage. Oh, so it's damage. If I have advantage, must be finesse or ranged weapon. I don't need an advantage if another enemy is within 5 feet of it.
You're rolling with advantage now, though, aren't you? Because you're using
If
info
I
from
have
chat.
some, what did I get from the chat? Did one of those give me advantage, or is that a D4?
Well, we're looking at that. Well, thank you to the chat because the Techno Mistress has informed us we're actually currently streaming and we're in the top 10 of D&D Twitch streams at the minute.
Sweet.
Ooh.
Yeah. So thank you very much to chat with the audience.
So I have an advantage then from it. Do I from the chat?
Yeah, I'll give you
Nate
advantage.
is saying you have inspiration, yeah.
Fantastic. I'm going to use that, and that lets me roll. Switch advantage on, and I'll add my extra Hunter's Strike damage as he drops to one knee, pulls out this glowing arrow, and hopefully natural 20.
Oh my
Nice.
god.
Off that
my
macro there, you
God.
fella.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm also like you. Also have disadvantage for it being dark, so it actually should have been a straight roll. But let's do it. Let's go. Let's go.
It's still a 19 though. I'll take the natural.
Yeah. All right. It hits. Yeah. You loose this arrow. Like there's light just like through the trees, lighting up the trees quite dramatically as it flies between them and thuds into this thing's chest. What are you got on damage?
That is
Over
6
rogue.
plus 2, and then the wait, what's this now?
That's 6 plus 2 advantage, huh?
Oh, it's rolling the damage with advantage. No, I turned that off. So rolling 1d6 Hunter Strike.
It should just be 2d6 plus your dex, I think.
Oh, it's doubled it because of the natural 20, is it?
Oh yeah. We're just gonna take it
No,
straight.
the top one is the Hunter Strike, and the bottom one is the bow. It's just it's doing a +2 to the Hunter Strike for some reason.
+6
If
and
you just
4,
want
so
to do
just 10.
the 2d6, because
Yeah, so it'll be the 6 and the 4.
6 and the 4, yeah. So 10 damage.
10. Nice, excellent. Okay.
Very nice.
And the arrow slams into his chest. It kind of like recoils, but like keeps sprinting. It's like, you know, picture 28 Days Later, rage zombie kind of situation
Nice.
here. So Deankect, as you push yourself to the feet, see this light arrow go flying past you and this undead thing racing towards you.
Yeah,
You
so
can
he'll
see
kind
actually as it like opens its jaw, and you can see its teeth are like jagged and sharp. Not that they've been filed or they are that way. It's just they've been shattered in such a way that there's these jagged, sharp teeth. You don't know what they've been chewing on.
Yeah, so as it kind of comes into range, like Dianoc will kind of curse under his breath. He's not too happy, and he'll whisper the word "Tina" as he casts Firebolt.
Nice.
So for people in the chat who don't know, it's the word for fire in Irish. I'm playing one of the
And you guys are on fire with
Makes
your
sense.
rolls.
So that's 24 to hit, which will do. That's the spell description. I don't think it matters. And it'll do 9 points of fire damage. which is
Excellent.
Just under the max.
You hit it with this firebolt, and it recoils and just kind of it drops to the ground as it's burning, like thrashing around, and it stops moving. After a second, it like pushes itself up, and you see the fire just like almost consume its eyes, and it just lets out another scream, and it thuds to the ground and falls down.
Nice.
You stopped it.
Oh my
Okay, so get the
goodness.
so it's definitely dead. Well,
Tell me.
Well, Maeve, why don't you go check?
actually, I if we're out of initiative, I'll pull out my dagger and double tap. So up to its head, and then just jab the dagger down straight in, just to be certain
Sure.
safe, and destroy whatever's in that cranium. And
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna inspect it. Can I do like an investigation check? to kind of-
Yeah, so you can give me a wisdom medicine or wisdom perception.
I'll go what am I doing? Perception.
What you
It's a
got?
7. I'm probably too shaken up by the fact it just ran at me, so
Yeah.
the adrenaline's still pumping. But I'm just trying to basically try and identify what it was.
Yeah. Anyone else? wanna
Could
join in?
Maeve
You-
jump down beside
was-
and
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah.
What's your step?
Maeve, has she fought anything like this before?
Yeah.
so she'll
Yeah,
roll
maybe-
perception as well?
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually, you can probably
shit.
give me advantage, actually, based on your history.
Okie dokie. A 20.
Nice. You have heard of these. You actually may have fought one in the
Oh.
past as part of the Dwylorga, who are the kind of the guards of the city. They are called Marvak. They are what happens when the Slua rip the souls from someone. They're left as these hollowed out, rage-filled husks. And you know the only way to defeat them, they will keep getting back up. but the only way to stop them was with fire. So
Right.
even though he didn't know, the Incact has stopped this thing from getting back up by burning it. And that's the best way to stop them from the only way that you or the Dwarven know to actually stop them. You can stab them through the head, you can cut off their heads, they're probably going to keep coming. You have to burn them.
So she'll turn around and she probably asks, "How did you know that fire would stop them?"
Fire stops most things.
But this in particular, how did you know?
I just guessed.
And she will turn around and say to the others that fire is the only way to destroy. And she just be curious, though, in a way, that you knew that really quick.
That's right. It's the chill touch didn't seem like the right response. So I was like,
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah, Peg is noting with all their the oil flask.
Also,
and
like
its
out of
boxes
character
up.
on Carrick, of course, fire was the response.
Of course.
Maeve, you also notice, even though the Incact has like burned its face, essentially, the rest of its body, like even though it has that decaying kind of renewing thing going on, and there's parts of the flesh that are gone, you can see along its back there's the remnants of this tattoo almost across its whole back, of this oak tree, and the branches spread out along the back of its arms with the branches winding around them, and then the roots run down the back of its legs. And obviously it's cut where the flesh has either been cut or fallen away or whatever, but you can still kind of make out what was this massive, almost full body, intricate oak tree tattoo on this thing.
Oh my goodness.
Is that anything familiar that I'd seen in a book or heard about from Mihal for Peg?
Yeah, sure. You can give me a intelligence, history, or religion check.
13.
Nice, just enough. You remember possibly from hearing me all talk about it, your mentor, that the followers of Kildara, which is the Church of the Oak, they used to decorate their bodies with these elaborate tattoos. So Kildara would also be the monks or clerics, whatever you want to call them, who would have nursed the acorns, and they would have been the ones living in Dundercon. They used to have these intricate tattoos across them, but they still exist. The followers of Kildara still exist within Cape Darroch, obviously with the tree being there, but they no longer practice those tattoos. Some of them might have like a little tattoo here or there, but they don't do the full body tattoo thing anymore. They haven't for a century or more.
Oh, wow.
Okay, but signs maybe looking like we're closer to Dundercon than we were anyway. That we might be on the right
Does
track.
that
Then
mean
if we're
this
seeing
body
these,
is maybe 100 years old?
Yes, it does not make
that's
sense.
what. Yeah.
Looks about 100 years old. Why am I doing an English accent? No, it looks about 100 years old.
Well,
I was thinking
you're
elf.
from beyond
None
the
of that
mountains.
over here.
I was
You're
thinking
from
elf.
there.
I will.
It's not part of our community.
100 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
Well oiled. I think I'm gonna light up.
Where do you keep your toaster?
Keep.
Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna light up a torch. I'm gonna ask you, Peg, for the gives a go in your tinderbox there. I think would be a good idea
Yeah.
for us to have. Also,
Later
the
when we
arrow
make camp.
you had
Can-
cast your light cantrip on is probably like blown to pieces with the fireball.
Yeah.
Can we hear any other things around? Like if there's no more like footsteps coming towards us or other kind of like
Give me a perception check.
noises? Oh no, she's not good at
Yeah,
this.
I'll actually do that.
None of the rest of us were thinking of it.
No, I should
Maeve's
have.
on threat assessment.
16?
16. You don't hear anything else around you, but also
Another natural 20.
unsettlingly so.
Fuck you.
Like
So it's
I
like
mean,
death quiet.
not quite, but like you can still hear the trees kind of moving and shifting slightly, but the sound of like fauna
Oh.
is kind of gone. You don't really hear any birds or
Yeah.
anything at the moment.
Okay.
So we should probably just say that it's like we need to keep moving or we need to, I don't know, assess, gather, because
Well, I don't really want to run into more of these. And looking, is it kind of boggy down here, Emmet? Like kind of a bit bog. Like is it kind of what's the ground like? I mean,
Oh yeah, because we've gone down off the
Muddy.
ridge we were on, haven't we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's kind of it's a bit muddier. It's not like talking bog or swamp,
like-
but
it's
it
not a
is like
bog,
basically like the rain runoff down here. We kind of pool down here, and the light doesn't get down
Yeah.
here as much, so it is like it's a bit squelchy and stuff.
As
But
well
it's
as
not
these,
enough to really impede you.
no.
Wait, can I pull the glowing arrow back out and hand it back to the name?
Yeah.
can do it. Double denim.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do. It's a little bit cracked. You can see the actual you pretty much know straight away like the haft of it or the shaft, whatever you call it, is cracked. It won't fly as well. If you want to try that again, you're probably going to need to get him to do it on another arrow.
Okay, well, I think it's probably best if we keep moving. I will try to get us back on track and heading in the right direction.
Oh.
Does it look like we need to get back up onto that ridge, or can we carry on?
A quick question before we go, if it's okay. Does he have any? I know it was a dead with all the rows and whatever, but any secret pockets or pouches or?
From what you can see, it doesn't look like it. It's
No,
pretty
that's
much
okay.
like just rags.
Just in case there was a scroll or something. Yeah.
Sorry, Keith. Give me a quick survival check there.
14.
You kind of, where you're orienting yourself, kind of looking up where it is, you feel like the path probably would have dipped down a bit anyway. You're probably okay to kind of keep going the direction the creature came from, and you'll find your way back to the kind of the mental path that you had in your head. So basically what happened there is you were exploring, you failed, and there was a mishap, which is when Deankek tumbled down the hill. But you still make it to the hex. It's rare to get lost, so if you roll a 1 on the mishap table, you'll get lost, and you'll actually have to like spend a day finding your way back on the path, essentially. But you still managed to make it back to the hex that you were targeting. So, yes. So I will lead us into the next scene, and then we might take a break, I'd say.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, your journey thus far has taken you deep into the heart of the Quil Shamar. You've encountered, well, some things that some of you have never met before and explored the dense woods. The trees are now packed tightly around you and overgrown with these thick vines and roots and thorns. The sun is starting to set, and what little light that is left can't penetrate the thick canopy of trees above you anymore. It's been a long day, and the next leg of your journey may be just as long and will be no easier. Probably time to find somewhere to make camp and rest. And I think we'll take a break there.
A good idea. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks very much, Emmet, so far. I feel like we're all gonna die out here.
Yeah.
Fine.
These treacherous wood.
I'm the only one
we'll
who's
see
taking
ya
damage,
in-
and I'm not crying.
You only took 2 damage from 2d8. Okay, I wouldn't be complaining.
That could wipe me out twice.
Yeah. We will see you in 5 or 10, folks. So stay tuned. Sorry, I burped just as we came back. It's the worst timed thing ever. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. We're back. We're back with Beyond the Woods.
Take two.
Yeah, if you're not sure what we're doing, Beyond the Woods upcoming
having an
Kickstarter
amazing time.
campaign. There's a link in the chat. You can check that out, and we'll throw back to Emmet.
Excellent. We have moved on to Act 2, Making Camp. The artwork might change, but it's not a massive deal. So it is, you're now in the evening time. So you've gone through two quarters of the day. So you've gone through morning and afternoon, and you've traveled 3 hexes. Now you basically make camp. You can only explore for 2 quarters of the day because you need to rest. You can do a forced march if you wanted, but we're not going to get into that in this. So each quarter of the day, there's different things you can take. So far, you've been doing everything as a group. You've been exploring. This quarter of the day, when you start to make camp, you have some time to yourself. You can kind of decide what you want to do. I'll read just the list of things that you can do. I'm not sure if I was saying to you, Ben, but when I was at AdventureCon, this got mixed up, and I spent like 10 minutes trying to reorganize it, and I couldn't actually find my place in the adventure. It was a nightmare. But I have both.
You've got the clips.
Yeah. So the things you can take in each quarter of the day are explore, which you've done already. Keep watch, which Maeve and the Inkect have been doing. Find water now, you might want to do. Forage to look for berries and vegetables and things. Hunt for wild game. Fish, which you can't do because you're not in a hex with a river or a body of water. Cook, if you have raw meat, you would cook it. What I'll do for this is if someone's going hunting, we'll have hunting and cook happening at the same time. Technically, they would actually happen in different quarters, but we can have them happen at the same time. And then make camp, and then repair equipment and craft ammunition. You don't need to do that right now, but there is actually Maeve has a piece of equipment that it's made of iron, which means it's useful against the Slua and other creatures and Dinam, who is a changeling. But if you roll a 1, it's also brittle, so it can become damaged, and then it can also become broken. So there's a couple of things. There's new properties for weapons in the game, so they can actually become broken. So you might have to mend them while you're at a fire, or making camp if you have the tools, or craft ammunition for ammunition.
Before you there, Emmet, using my writing tools, could I try and map out the area we've been?
Yeah, I think you have it. Do you have proficiency in explorers tools as well?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so you kind of the explorers tools and the writers tools, you kind of have essentially. You'll be able to actually map those out. So when you leave the city, you're actually given a map. You're basically given this map, but it's out of date, essentially. It's been centuries. So
that's essentially what I was thinking. So update where that bitch was, I can actually mark in, and then where we encountered was it Murdoch and stuff to kind
absolutely,
of just have more of a map. Yeah, so that's what I'll spend my time doing while they're doing that.
So before you go on and decide what you're going to do, I'll explain how the resources work. So on the back of your character sheet, and we'll do this when you're in the next quarter of the day when you're actually taking a rest. But you have food and water. Your water dice is 1d6. Your food dice is 1d4. Once per day, we'll make a check for those to see how much you use up. If you roll a 1 or a 2, the dice decreases. So d6 down to d4. It can't go below d4. So if you roll a d4 and get a 1 or a 2, you're out of food or water, depending on what it is, what you're rolling for it. So if you go and find water, like you find a stream, you can pretty much fill up everyone's water skins. So everyone goes up to D10, which is the max. If you go hunting, you can find more food. It basically comes in like a unit, and each unit will increase someone's die by 1. If you hunt and kill, you can eat it raw, but there is a chance you'll get sick. You'll have to make a constitution check, or you can bring it back to camp and someone can cook it into a certain amount of rations that can then be shared out amongst the group. So that's pretty much how it works. We won't make the check yet, and we'll give you a chance to go and hunt and forage or do whatever you wish, and also set up camp.
Emmet, can I ask? Is everyone able to get their hands on this quick start guide?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So anyone at home that's watching, they can read along. I think it might have been in the chat already, but the quick start guide is. I think it's on DriveThruRPG, is it?
It's on DriveThru, yeah. It's free as well, and it pretty much has everything you need to run a hex crawl in D&D. So you don't have to even go back to Kickstarter, but please do. but it has pretty much everything you need to actually run. It has the whole tables and everything that'll be in the core book. It has about like 20 pages of rules in it as well. So it is
They
up
can be
there.
looking at, as we're playing, they can be looking at the different and seeing where
and
you're rolling, because you're rolling when we fail to check. You're rolling on a chart then, and you find out what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's mishaps and stuff like that. Let me see.
And I noticed, I didn't read it, but there is an adventure at the end of the quick start. Is that this?
That's this adventure, yeah.
That's what we're playing here, so people
Yeah.
can actually see.
Yeah.
So you can, our lovely folks at home can run this game
Like
for.
the-
Oh yeah, there's hunting tables and all. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, and for the folks,
Yeah.
and for you, for us on Roll20, if it just wasn't obviously if you're going off the Roll20 sheet, lads, I just put there with this like the resources underneath short and long rest.
Yeah.
I just put in I couldn't put a D6 in the field, but in the description I have there the food and water die. Just if you're looking for it and you want to change it on that.
Oh, one thing I haven't mentioned, but it hasn't actually come up, is that each quarter of the day, as you're traveling or whatever, you can take a short rest in each quarter of the day.
Oh.
As part of your travel, but you can't take more than that. So, that's kind of included in your resting and everything like that as well.
But would we have been able to take a short rest then?
Yeah, so if you wanted to spend something to get back up, you're probably going to be taking a long rest. You can take a short rest as part of this. So, if you go, okay, I'm going to take a short rest and I'm going to go hunting, that's still happening in this quarter of the day. So, assume your short rest takes half an hour, and you spend the other 5 hours doing whatever you need to do.
So, would you set normal 5e rules apply for regaining hit points then?
Yeah. It does for this, yeah. But then the thing is, you might not always get a long rest because you don't have a proper camp.
Yeah, I'll roll the hit die anyways because I am squishy.
Hmm. So make camp is wisdom survival, is it, or
intelligence nature to basically find a good spot.
That was the other one I couldn't think of.
Yeah, and I think you brought 2 sets of tents, so you have enough tents for each of you. So whoever is making that check, they can roll with advantage, or multiple people can do it together. But again, it's if 2 people go hunting, you can get advantage, or 2 people go hunting separately. So there's a chance you'll get more food, but there's less chance of success. So it's up to you whether you want to pair up on tasks or go separately to try and get more stuff.
Yeah. Maeve, do you have a ranged weapon?
I have battle axe, shield, and javelin. So I don't know if that's.
Could you go hunting with a javelin?
But I have the hunter's tools, so
you
within that,
have
then
nice.
so I can go hunting if need be, and then I can cook if somebody else wants to set up camp.
So the hunter's tools, I'm pretty sure you can use as long as you're hunting like a land-based animal, basically.
Yeah, for prey, snares, for fishing lines and hooks, hunting knife, and bait.
Ooh, hunting knife. Chuck that.
Well, actually, I think I took that out because it was too complicated. So I was like, yeah, you can just hunt prey. You can lure a bird down to the ground and trap it in a little thing.
Oh.
If you wanted. Yeah, so
chicken.
So will I go do that?
Yeah, let us go hunting. So Dinam is going to look at the rest of the group and suggest that Maeve, do you want to we'll go hunting and leave these 2 to set up camp. Is that it? So 2 can go hunting and 2 can set up camp. Is that?
You can all go separately. So like you could go hunting. Maeve could go look for water, or go hunting separately if she wanted, or someone could cook while you guys are hunting if you were going to get raw meat, or so you can spread out and each do different things, or you can pair up to try and give yourself a better chance of success.
I think Dinam is traditionally a very, I was going to say a very lonely person, a very solitary person. So I think he'll just make some comment about, mumble or mutter something about hunting, and will be gone before anyone has the opportunity to offer to come along.
Yeah. Now, is this, Emmet, is this limited by, say, each of us while we're here during this kind of phase that we each take sort of one action? So if I think aside from cooking, which I have the proficient with cooks, so the only things Peg is going to be any use for is I can cook, or it's only a +4, but I have a +4 to nature if
and the +5
they could make the make camp attempt. We'd be rolling with advantage, wouldn't we, Emmet, because the tents?
Yeah, you have the tents, so you'd be rolling with advantage. And
then,
so
those are
just for reference as well, finding water is wisdom, survival, or intelligence, nature, and foraging is wisdom, survival, or intelligence, nature, or intelligence or wisdom herbalist tools if you have.
I could, if you want, tap the tents because +5 to nature.
Oh yeah, then you'd be better off doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could go look for water. It seems like hopefully Peg doesn't fuck that up. Oh, actually, could I, Emmett? No, shite. I'm revealing my own complete lack of knowledge about fucking fauna. That I'm like, is there any way? Well, I suppose actually. Oh no, I can't turn into I can't turn into anything that can fly. It's a non-flying beast.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Classic
Could
D&D thing.
Yeah, is there anything that? What would be?
Squirrel. You're looking at
Animal,
trees.
Anything? Yeah. The frog can they sense where moisture is? I don't know. I think would it help in any way to know
Roll for
where
sense moisture.
Yeah, roll for sense moisture.
That's in
yeah.
third
No.
edition.
No.
Peg is gonna ponder this while they go out looking for water.
Okay, so Keith is gonna go hunting. Maeve, what were you doing?
I think she's probably going to go hunting as well. But again, she is probably on her own as well.
Okay, cool.
She wouldn't even try and follow.
Or if you want Peg to stay home and cook what you bring in.
I think cooking might be your best option here.
And then Dean Kex.
Suits me.
I'm setting up the camp.
You're setting up the camp. Okay.
Yeah, that's
cool.
why I rolled there. Sorry.
Cool, perfect. Okay, so for making camp, we'll go and make camp first. Which direction I put this in? So wisdom, survival, or intelligence, nature, and
Yeah.
you have
So I have advantage, and that's a 22.
you have
Sorry,
advantage.
I'd rolled it already there. When we said I said
Yeah,
I'd
all
do
good.
it. So yeah.
So the DC of all these checks is based on what type of terrain that you're in. So finding a place to camp is harder in dense terrain because everything's packed together. Finding foraging is actually easier because it's more abundant wildlife. Hunting is harder because you have to try and like move quietly and
Harder to get
do
the
stuff
shot.
like that.
Thank
So,
you
yeah.
for the raid.
Oh, hey guys,
Oh,
thanks.
You've been raided.
Who did? Dazzly Cat.
Thank you.
Is that a
Someone's
good
raided
thing?
our camp.
You
In
haven't
this
even set
context,
up.
yes.
I haven't even set it up
Out
yet.
of game, it's good. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome,
I
Raiders. We are
immediately
playing
started
Beyond the
falling in
Woods.
love.
It is a Celtic hex crawl. Would you describe it as a kind of a survival?
Yeah, survival and exploration. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
fun.
A bit OSR.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is camp.
Camp based on
Yeah.
D4 DC. Oh, interesting. So, look at you.
Oh no.
So-
It's a 22. It should be fine.
DKX, you make camp, and you actually find a really good spot to make the camp. Sorry, one sec. Yes, so you find quite a sheltered area, and there's like in a little nook, almost like a little cave or an overhang of the earth. But there's also it's on a ridge, so it actually has a good view of the surrounding area. So you did so well on your roll that the lookout has advantage on any of their checks because you've got a safe place to rest, and it's in a really good spot where you can keep an eye on stuff coming around you.
Nice.
So the lookout
Excellent.
has advantage
Fantastic.
in the
Good
next
work.
quarter of the day.
If possible, as part of that, like setting up the camp once the tents are all set up, I will ritually cast alarm around the perimeter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that's only 10 minutes anyway. So
Yeah. So it's like the tents are up. Okay, cool. Spool of wire. Around I go.
okay, cool.
I'm
So
gonna come back into camp. We're all gonna jump on it.
The alarm goes off and just start blasting.
Fireball, everybody.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
After eating Snickers. That's also important.
Yeah.
So Dinam and Maeve, if you could both give me wisdom survival checks.
Yes.
Come on. Oh, sweet mercy. Woman, you were supposed to be good at this.
Hey. Okay, I got an 18.
I got a
18, okay.
5.
Maeve, you spend a frustrating couple of hours moving through the woods. You see a deer and then step and there's a crunch and then it like sees you and runs. Or like you'll step into clearing and just like a load of birds will fly away from you and you're having an off day. You just can't seem to find prey, or you're finding them and they're getting away, or things like that. You just can't manage to actually get them. Dinam, do you want to roll me a d12 to see what kind of prey you come upon?
I would love to. D12. 4.
4. Oh, interesting. You are kind of moving through the woods, kind of quite quietly, keeping your head down, like maybe your hood up, kind of moving under some of the underbrush, and you see like just this perfect shot. This crow, quite a big fat crow, perched on a tree, kind of just looking around. It's where as crows tend to be, but you have a very clear shot on it. So you can give me a dexterity or intelligence hunter tools check, or you can make it a range attack with your weapon.
Cool. This is where Aindu is. They're off in another pub. They're in another house.
Yeah.
Their corvids are out here.
Yeah.
I
Some
am
death that we shouldn't kill.
fire my bow. I don't have hunter strike on this, I guess.
No, just it's a DC check on this. It's actually when you're hunting, we don't bother doing damage or anything like that. So it's actually more about like if it was a boar, you'd only just do one shot to see if you killed it. But the DC of the check changes on the type of creature that it is.
Okay, that's a 12.
12 is just enough. You fire off the arrow. You kind of pause for a second and almost fire the light arrow first and swap it for a different one. And you fire it kind of through from your kind of lower vantage point up at the crow. It turns just at the last second and it just straight through its body, and it kind of the arrow kind of loses its arc of flight and kind of tumbles away and falls to the ground. You get yourself 1 unit of meat from hunting the crow.
My favorite. Meat.
Meat.
Yeah, so the other things you could have found were a
1
mouse,
cubic unit
a
of
frog, a squirrel, a rabbit, a duck, a fox, a pheasant, a badger, a goat, a boar, or a deer. And they all have different DCs and they give different meat depending on what you managed to take out.
Crow dying. Unit or meat. Do I record that in my inventory?
Yes, so if you want, you can eat it raw, but there's a chance you get poisoned, or you can bring it back and Peg can cook it for you.
Yeah,
and then there's a chance I'll be poisoned.
Yeah. Well, while
don't
you're
eat birds raw.
For now, it's a unit. It takes up 1 slot in your inventory until it's cooked.
Okay, a unit of meat.
Cool. Let me see. So, I
really hope Morgan isn't watching.
I know. I've had some of the water into the cook's tools, few herbs and spices, and we're getting the broth ready, waiting for the mate.
Maeve, as you're making your way back to the camp, somewhat disheartened, you kind of push through the trees, and somehow you've managed to get turned around a little bit, and you walk through a part that you haven't been through before, and you hear this the trickling of like kind of babbling brook or this rolling water nearby. You come out into the open, and you can see this stream just kind of dancing across these moss-covered rocks. Not enough to be a river. You couldn't fish here or anything like that, but you could probably refill your water skin. And it's kind of just tumbling over these lovely rocks. And as you are there, you hear this kind of snuffling and the slow clip-clop of hooves. And this enormous white stag appears on the other side of the stream from you, walking out of the trees. It's about 10 foot tall to its head, and its antlers are about 12 foot wide. It steps out of the trees, and it's like this beautiful white with kind of like a thick, almost mane, like a leonine kind of mane, as these golden antlers with veins of green running through them. It kind of pauses and looks at you, and you can kind of like see it assessing you with its eyes, and it leans down and then takes a drink from the stream.
She will not be moving. She'll just kind of stare at it and kind of... She knows not to touch this one. I think she gets that feeling from it. So she's just staying as still as she can.
Okay. You give it a few minutes. It finishes drinking. It looks up, kind of quirks its head at you, and then it slowly turns around and walks back into the woods. And you see... It moves through the trees, like its body moves through the trees, but the antlers actually flow and shift almost like cloth around the trees so that it can move through them.
Would she have ever seen or heard stories about stuff like this before? Or...
Yeah, you can absolutely give me a nature or arcana check.
I mean I can, but it's not gonna go well. Let's see. Intelligence. Oh, let's try this one. 12?
12, yeah, okay. So you have heard stories maybe through the the more experienced people in the Delorga, or even from your mum from years ago, that there is a great white stag that lives in the Quilchimire, that is able to pass between this world and the other world. It can walk between worlds. There's contradictory stories about whether seeing the stag is a good or an ill omen. You're not sure, but you do know that anyone that has tried to harm the creature has died shortly after.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's probably why she wouldn't have touched it or anything. Actually, before as well, when she was looking at the stag, would have been any marks on it? Did it look okay? It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was okay.
It was kind of like almost like a pristine white, and it just kind of passed back through the trees. But yeah, it looked healthy and safe, not injured at all.
Well, if it was drinking the water after it's gone, she will fill up on anything she can.
Yeah, for sure. You can fill your water up to D10.
D10.
Upstream.
So
I
you
hope
can-
you don't want to get stag spitting that.
I waited for a few
Maybe
minutes
we
for it to go by. Unless it's magic. She doesn't know about magic. But yeah, she'll take that and then probably be very bewildered and head back to camp.
Yeah, you can make your way back to camp. So yeah, a little while later, you gather back at the camp. Dinam brings his crow. Peg, would you like to cook the crow?
Well, let's see. We're all going to be eating crow tonight. So
I will regale the story of the stag to everybody, just in case. So if anybody else has more knowledge on it, they might know.
Yeah, would the story relate as well? I'll get to that in a sec. But so cook's tools, what abilities?
So it's a
rolling with this?
Dexterity cook's tools or intelligence cook's tools.
Dexterity. I will go intelligence. Sorry, let me just put that in. Okay, so intelligence cook's tools. 18.
18. Yeah, you can kind of like pluck the crow and kind of take away the nasty bits, and you can cook it up. You basically convert it into a ration of food. So you can. What we'll do now is we'll make the check, and you can decide who gets the food, just in case anyone runs out of food, or you can just give it back to Dinam because he's the one who caught it. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Sorry, yeah, that was.
Yeah. Okay, so you.
Yeah. So what happens there? So I take the unit of meat out of my inventory.
Yeah.
And then
You can increase your food die by 1. So I think it's at D4, is it? So it'll go up to D6.
D4. Everyone's is a D4.
Okay, and does that happen for everybody, or is it just enough for one?
Just you. So it's 1 unit. Yeah.
Oh, well, thanks. I can't share it or anything. No.
No. So you make your way back to the camp. The shadows have grown longer, and you're all too aware of the night that lies ahead of you. You prepare to bed down for the evening. You've got a pretty secure camp. The alarm is set. So what we'll do is we'll check for your daily needs now, which is your food and your water. So if we do water first, so everyone takes their water die, which I think for everyone except Maeve should be a D6.
And we roll.
And then you just roll it, and if you get a 1 or 2, let me know.
Oh, I got a 2.
Oh, I got a 1.
Got a 5.
Nailed it.
Listen, fighting with tents is thirsty work, lads.
Yeah.
them posts, especially the fantasy ones, they don't go up.
So anyone who got a 1 or 2, your die decreases by 1. So for Dinam and Dienkek, that would mean your D6 now goes down to D4.
Ah, very clever.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, was that food or water?
That was water.
That was water. Yeah, so that goes down to D4.
Okay.
And then we'll check for food. So I think everyone is D4 now. Dinam, yours is D6 because you have the extra unit.
Yep.
Ah, here. I just drank and ate everything.
4.
Hungry work. Yeah, but also you see, you're very hungry because you've been putting up the tent while
And
Peg has been getting a
also
broth going,
almost
and
got
you're
murdered,
smelling the.
so yeah.
He almost got murdered by a
Zombie.
hill, yeah, and the zombie.
Okay,
So
so anyone who got 1 or 2, their die decreases. If it was D4, it's gone. You're out of food.
I am out of food.
And
Dear
it's just like
God.
nobody stopped
Did
me.
you
They
not-
just-
did you
they
not
just
get a
let me,
4?
No, you got a
I
Did you
got-
not get a
4,
4, Maeve?
Freya.
Oh, I sorry. I thought you said anyone that got a 4 is gone.
No, I only got a 1 or a 2.
Oh, sorry.
So me.
Yeah, sorry. So anyone who got a 1 or 2, that was on a D4.
Oh, sorry.
I probably ran
Apologies.
my words together. Yeah,
I'm back down to a D4 again.
and I think Deankex is out of food completely, right?
Yeah, just stress eating because of the hill. I probably landed on some of my provisions or something like that there, and they're just ruined.
Yeah.
So just kind of like
Just crumbs. Like I thought it was
One-
like bag.
like just elf bread
Elf
that's
crumbs.
turned to crumbs.
One of the mishaps on the camp table is if you set up the camp wrong. So if you like fail by 5 or more, or roll a natural 1, you roll on the mishap table. And one of them is basically like a load of critters get in and just take all your food. Like everyone's food die goes down by 1. Like,
That's fine that they get in, but you have to fight them.
Okay, so excellent. So you can now, it's the next quarter of the day, so it is night. So you can now take a long rest. Is everyone taking a long rest? Is anyone keeping a lookout? Are you confident enough in the alarm spell?
Maeve will probably keep a watch, to be honest, with the stag being around. She's probably quite wary about it.
Would we be able to alternate rests? And no, you can't
No,
alternate
so
watch.
that's the thing. It is. You have to make a decision basically.
Yeah.
So someone has
Yeah,
to stay awake,
otherwise
and if it's Maeve in this situation, it's probably actually a good shout because you'll have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Mm.
And if you fail, you'll get a level of exhaustion.
Because you didn't get enough rest. Yeah.
That's no problem. So, would you like me to roll?
Yeah. So if you're staying awake and keeping watch, you can give me a perception check, and then you can give me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh, everything's frozen. Oh, there we go. Perception and Constitution. So a 16 for perception and 11 for Constitution.
Sweet. Okay, so you needed 10 on the Constitution saving throw, so you managed to stay awake during the night and you're not exhausted. That goes up by 5 every day you spend without rest.
Okay.
So it will get harder and harder. But yeah, you're good for today. You managed to tough it out. And you have your perception check as well. Okay, the rest of you bed down for the night. Deankex found a good spot. It's nicely sheltered, kind of away from any of the adverse weather. There's like a little dribbling of rain during the night that kind of managed to make its way down through the canopy. But you're sheltered from the wind and the rain and everything. I think we've lost Ben, have we?
Oh, did you?
Excuse me.
He's
Oh no, he fell down a hole.
Yes. Maeve, you become aware during the night of something moving out in the trees. You can hear this faint movement, but it's also more like you can feel the wind around you. And then after a moment, you hear like the baying of hounds. So there's like snuffling and growling of dogs, and then there's kind of howling and this noise around you. As you look about, you see beyond the faint light of your camp, there are these spectral hounds running amongst the trees, but kind of encircling your camp around you. They're almost like flowing over each other. Some of them are like 5-6 foot tall to their head, and they're kind of like running over and around each other and almost through the trees and stuff, and kind of circling around you. They don't seem to be doing anything at the moment, but they are circling the camp.
Would these be Barghests? Or similar?
So the baying of the hounds would probably wake the rest of you, and may possibly be waking you or keeping an eye out. But once you're awake, you can make a check if you wish. May, what would you like to do?
Well, if they're not encroaching or anything like that on it, I don't know if she'd want to like interrupt or cause attention, that kind of way to draw them in, but I suppose they know she's there. Oh, I think she might go and wake up one
You'd
of
see the others kind of rousing a little bit, like, what is that noise, kind of thing. It's not like a loud enough thing to suddenly wake people.
So
And
yeah, no,
you,
she'd probably tell them then that it's coming. It's like probably best wake up, get up.
DNK, would you have shown people, or would they know maybe from being around you before where the alarm is?
Yeah, he would have showed when he realized Maeve was staying up for watch. He would have been like, all right, well, the alarm perimeter's here, so like if you cross that, it's gonna wake me up.
Yeah, you would notice that they have passed over the perimeter a few times.
Okay,
They
so
have?
in that case, if they have, I would have woken up immediately.
Okay.
But it hasn't triggered.
Oh, it hasn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so would she have seen that it's crossed the line?
Yeah.
So then, with that, then she would go wake the others, going, "Your alarm's not working. They've crossed over."
Spirits.
I think so.
Just snooze it.
Can I make checks now that I'm awake to see if I know what they are?
You have to keep remembering how to. Oh, there it is. The thing has changed. Excellent.
That's cool.
Oh
It's
yeah, sorry. I
amazing.
seen you've enough juggling there, Emma. I was like, this is I
It's all
see
good.
the
Yeah.
hounds.
Yeah.
Would it be
Um,
history or nature or arcana?
You can give me an Arcana. Intelligence
Yeah.
Arcana. Yeah.
Would I have? No.
That are amazing.
12 or a 12? So I have a
Think
boon from chat, I believe.
Oh yeah.
So
Inspiration,
you.
let me see. I do have a boon, so I'm going to use the. No, I have an inspiration. I'm actually going to re-roll that if it's a fail.
No, so you think, yeah, you have heard of these things before. You might remember them from your past, where when you got lost in the other world. These are Kutaiv, or ghost hounds.
Ghost hounds.
They dwell in the other world, and they hunt anyone they come across. They sometimes hunt alongside the Slua, but they are their own, like often in packs. But you also know, given your own nature, you are now looking into the other world. You recognize it. They are in the other world. You are in.
So
your
they're not
world.
actually here.
They're not here. They can't interact with you. You can't interact with them.
Yeah, so given that knowledge that I would have, feel like initially, as he realizes what they are, he kind of tenses, begins to draw his dagger, and then as he realizes kind of that, oh wait, no, these aren't here, sheets it again, he goes, oh, we're safe. They can't harm us.
They can't.
They're in the other world. We're seeing through the barrier.
How is that possible?
I can do it naturally. I don't know with you guys.
Do we get a sense?
Rules are a little different here in the Queen's Command.
Yeah, have I ever experienced that, or is there any? Can I do a kind of a perception check just to see has anything changed in the environment? Have we slipped into the other world or something like that?
Yeah, give me a perception check or insight, up to you.
Ooh. Oh, you have a low perception. 16.
16. From what you can see, you have never seen into the other world, but from what I can tell, you're still in your world. But you do notice that there's like a faint layer of frost over the ground and the plants and stuff where they're circling. They circle for a few more moments, and then one of them, like a larger one, stops and looks at you, and then it runs into the camp, and the others follow, and they flow over you almost like water or this kind of cloud, and pass through the wall of the kind of cave or overhang that you're sleeping in, and just run through that, and they're gone. And again, there's just a layer of frost left over everything. The fire sputters and almost dies as they run past it, and then it kind of brings itself back to life.
Like the Wild Hunt, nearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's cool.
That's so bizarre. And we'd feel how cold that is too.
Yeah, you get like a little chill. You have the fire there, and especially when the fire goes out for a second, you can feel how cold it is around you.
We got lucky. If they were here, we'd be in trouble.
How is this possible? This doesn't make sense. How can we see them?
Barrier between worlds might be thin here. Could be a portal nearby. Could be. I can't remember the term, but the hills that have.
The
like the mounds and the.
Yeah, a mound. This could be a mound.
Yeah, but there's a Yeah, there's a. I know what you mean. There's like some. Kind
It
of,
starts with an S or something like that.
Yeah,
I've tried
I
Googling
was-
it and the word isn't coming. I can't find it.
No, yeah, yeah.
The she, not she is or something like that. But,
Yeah, but yeah, Peg is, despite all this, I think very. I mean, this is great. This is great stuff. This is, all these sort of, these happenings are going to make for a great story. I think.
He will relay that they have previously worked with the Slua, which is probably not good news to anybody, that they may be nearby themselves.
The dogs are connected to the slew, are they?
Occasionally
Sorry, you go ahead.
yeah, occasionally the Slua would use the dogs as like warhounds or part of hunting packs.
I might just do a little little walk around just to check and see if they're an advanced party or anything like that.
Yeah, sure.
I'll whistle if
Watch for
anything
the dead.
untoward. If I find anything, I'll give a warning whistle. So I think, Dinam will get one of his torches and light it off the fire and get kind of suited up and just take a little kind of loop around the nearby area and try and see if he can do some sort of either. Oh well, actually, do you know what? Because I've got this hunt or being hunted, which gives me advantages on Dex or Wisdom checks when I was tracking and hunting,
Nice.
which I did earlier on. But it also says I have advantage on Wisdom perception checks to notice if we are being tracked. So could I
Excellent.
do that?
100%, yeah.
And so what did I say? That was advantage on perception checks to see if we're being tracked by these the Slua or these dogs, ghost dogs. Okay. 13.
Excellent. You take out one of your torches and put it to the fire. It takes a second to light, and then you kind of look, and there is a thin layer of frost on it. But it does catch eventually. You kind of take it and you venture out into the woods, and you can kind of just see the light receding into the woods, kind of picking Dinam out as he moves away. It is obviously very dark, and there is a chill in the air. You look around. From what you can see, there doesn't seem to be anyone else or anything else out in the woods. You notice some tracks on the ground, and where the earth is kind of wet and maybe a bit more muddy, but not moving towards you, and a bit of a kind of a shuffling gait. You imagine either the Marvac from before or something. No. Something has passed through here recently, but it's not specifically tracking you. It could have been the Marvac that you saw earlier in the day, or it could be another one. But for now, it seems like you're safe.
Yeah, I think once Dinam is satisfied that we're not in immediate danger, he'll go back. I don't know. He probably won't go back. Won't go to sleep again. He might wrap himself up in his sleeping bag. What was it?
The bedroll.
Bedroll. I knew it was something a little more cool than a sleeping bag.
Sleeping bag would be pretty
That is
sweet in fairness.
Yeah.
No, a sleeping bag would honestly be better, warmer.
Yeah.
Dinam dons his hunting onesie.
Oh my god, yeah, the one that you can walk in with the zips.
Hunting onesie. I've got my hunting snood. Or whatever you call them.
Amazing. Yeah, you can make your way back to the camp, and the rest of you, though a little unsettled, you can find sleep. You can get the benefits. Everyone bar Maeve can get the benefits of a long rest because you had a suitable camp, so you can heal up, spend hit die, or run anything, whatever you need to do.
What would
that is it. Actually, in D&D, I actually can't remember because I keep changing the rules. In D&D, you just get all your health back at long rest, don't you?
Mm.
Yeah,
and half
so
hit dice and
Spell slots and stuff.
yeah,
Like everything's restored.
yeah,
We're
actually
using
it's not
those
in
things.
this, but because I didn't want to overcomplicate the rules, but that works different. Long rests work a little bit differently in Beyond the Woods as well. You actually do have to spend hit die and things like that. But yes,
Question: would the ASGs also have a bad relationship with them as well, or is it just more the humans around?
the Slua are kind of have a bad relationship with everyone.
So yeah, they just come in and kill everybody.
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much. Yeah.
They're those
Because
guys.
they kind of, when they swept across land, they killed everyone, like the Puka, Aoshi, Balarans, humans, or the Dini, whatever as well. Yeah. Okay. So you get the rest of your night's rest, and you wake up. Though you know that it is morning, the woods are still dark. There is a chill in the air, and there's a heavy layer of mist, kind of just drifting along the ground like a lost spirit through your camp. The clouds are threatening rain when you look up in the air, but it seems to have held off for now. As you pack up your camp and prepare to continue on your journey, you see off in the distance that there's the shell of an old watchtower, overgrown with ruins and thick vines and covered in moss. It was dark when you made camp last night. It might have been there, but you feel like you would have noticed it. But you can see this ruin off, a little ways off in the distance.
Is it the direction we're heading in?
What direction are you heading in? But yes,
is this watchtower in our path? We're heading that way anyway, kind of thing.
Yeah, so southeast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might scoot on ahead, and just tell the guys just to maybe hang back, and just I'll head up and see if I can suss out and see if this is. Well, I'll actually ask, because Dean Kecht has been so useful and has had such connections with what we've discovered so far. If Dean Kecht, are you familiar with this? Are you picking up any magic vibes?
I need to get closer. That's
okay. Well, I'll do a little scout around and see what the lay of the land is, and
watch for mushrooms.
Are you sure you want to go on your own?
Trees.
Well, I don't know. Maybe who have we got?
I think.
Is it worth all of us? Well, maybe if we go slowly, I'll try and pick an easy path through first. So,
just in case another one comes out and attacks.
Yeah. Keep back a certain distance.
How close are you trying to get, Dinam? Are you like trying to get to a rise to have a better look, or are you trying to go up to the ruins?
I don't really know. I suppose maybe just
you're probably like a half an hour, maybe an hour away, depending on how thick the undergrowth is, to actually reach them.
Oh, right. Okay. No, I think we'll just carry on as a group. So I suppose, and then things out and we get a little closer.
Okay, so you can give me a wisdom survival, and anyone keeping watch, which I believe is Maeve and Diankek, give me wisdom perceptions, please.
17.
Excellent.
11.
Come on, woman. 21.
Nice. Excellent. Good stuff.
About time.
You start making your way towards this ruin that you can see. You kind of have to go a bit of a circuitous route to kind of force your way through the dense woods, kind of stepping over fallen trees and avoiding some of the those like puffer mushrooms to just be safe. But after about half an hour, 45 minutes, you get close, and you can see this husk of a ruin. You've kind of had to make your way through this wet, sort of boggy ground where there's like these recesses that you have to walk through, but it was the only clear path. So it's been a bit of a slog, taking longer maybe than it should have. But you do reach the ruin after somewhere between half an hour and an hour. As you reach what looks like an old keep or ring fort, you can see that there's like a fallen tree has collapsed over the front of the point where you're coming through. There's like a low crumbling wall that seems to encircle it. And there's the tall watchtower that you saw from nearby, is this kind of collapsed husk where the stones have fallen into it. That's what you can see from the outside. You can let me know what you want to do next.
I will do my ASG trick again and look into the other world around here.
Sure.
So 2 minutes to kind of scan the area.
Cool. So yeah, that happens. It doesn't take 2 minutes to activate. You have a look around again. The world shifts slightly, and it's just this unusual like twilight, but with hints of this purple and blue in it as you're looking around. As you look into it, you can see like the ghost of a proper settlement. You can see like the walls of a fort, like tall. It wouldn't withstand like sustained attack. Maybe 10 feet walls, kind of like a stone wall with maybe a palisade in places. But you do see in front of you, which is almost overwhelming, a huge oak tree. There's this massive spectral oak tree growing in the center of this ruin that has disturbed all the stone and all the rock, and the tower has collapsed, and everything around it is just filled with this life from this huge, almost white oak, kind of more of a silver than a gold, that has grown up in the center of this. But it's not the size of the one in Cape Dark, but it is a huge, like fully grown oak tree in the center of the settlement. And then your eyes switch back to looking into the normal world, and that is not there.
Would I be able to gather that this might have been the tree we were looking for, but it's not in this world?
Potentially. It's hard to know, because when you looked into the other world, it's not one-to-one. It can be things that could be or things that have been.
Yeah.
It is
or
a bit
things
of
that are in the other.
And sometimes it's different in the other world. The site is definitely there's like a strong sense of magic about it.
The trunk that fell, does that like look like it would have came from the direction of where this tree was?
No, it's more so a tree has fallen out kind of into the thing. It's just a nearby tree that's collapsed in.
Yeah, so I'll relay that like this is, at least on the other side, a massive, like a fairly large settlement with high fortifications, and then there's a very large silver oak tree growing in the middle. And then I'll point and gesture from where I can see to where the oak tree will be. So,
this does sound like our if not our destination, then at least a cue or a clue as to what we're looking for.
Beheaded, yeah.
Our destination might lie in the other world.
Whatever way Dean Kecht is pointing it out, Dean him zero in on that, and because I imagine it's not going to be as straight as the crow flies through the ruins, so I presume you'd have a better shot of navigating us through.
I'm assuming you're like 20. You've stopped like 20, 30 feet away, but you can tell me if you're moving closer or what you want to do.
Yeah, I think
it's not like
I'll get everybody to just have your heads on a swivel, have your swords loose in their scabbards, and let's get a little closer.
Everything's ready. Be
just
stealthy.
Actually, if it is a bit, how do people fit? Because it's a hooded lantern, Emmet, isn't it? So I can tamp it down. Okay, so I think Peg is gonna, just for the extra light, if it's quite treacherous here, but keep it tamped down for now as we're sneaking through, is gonna light the hooded lantern just with a couple of sources as we press further in, and just kind of in case we get separated or anything, just that it's at the ready. So that's what we'll do. We'll tamp it down.
You can make your way in, climbing over the kind of crumbled tumble down wall, and the kind of pulling on some vines and roots and stuff to make your way over. As you enter the ring fort itself, it's maybe like 200-300 foot in diameter, or a bit, probably a bit bigger than that. And you can see that there's obviously the crumbled tower that's fallen in. There's a handful of wooden buildings in various states of decay around. Some, again, a tree has fallen, or they've just kind of rotted and collapsed in on themselves. Sorry, excuse me, a tickle in my throat. And just signs of like people might have lived here a long time ago. There's like, you can see vaguely an area of where it might have been a pen for keeping pigs, like the rotting remains of a chicken coop. And then towards the center of the settlement, the earth slopes down into this hollow in the ground, maybe about 100 or so feet away from where you are. Sorry. And at the center of this hollow it may be about 20 feet down. It just kind of slumps down. It's like this rich looking dark earth, and in the middle of this hollow, there's like a shriveled husk of a white sapling of an oak tree. But coming out of it are these like thick roots, almost like a full-grown tree, but narrowing into this little sapling that sits at the center of this this hollow in the ground.
Dinam will definitely get an arrow ready and look over kind of expectantly at Dean Kecht and ask, does this look familiar? You any idea what's going on?
The sapling has grown in the other world, but it hasn't grown here. Which is strange. You said that there's like large roots growing into what essentially
almost like
it should be a mature tree.
like a full-grown tree's roots growing into the sapling.
About the size of the one that was seen in the you would expect to see from the one in the other world. Yeah.
There's some strange magic influence in this place.
Does anybody object to us creeping a bit closer to the sapling?
I'll stay up here on the higher parts.
On a perch. Yeah, good idea. Yeah.
Watch out.
I will go beside if need be because she's worried for another attack.
Yeah. Pig might stick a bit close to Maeve. In case
she'll be your watch out.
She gets hairy.
Sorry, so are you moving towards the
Peg is
sapling?
moving towards the sapling, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know who's the Dirk is out.
Yeah.
As you right now, unhooded.
Question there. You mentioned it was an oak tree that we saw. Is there any symbols of that, like the church that you mentioned previously, Church of Kildara?
Tattoo kind of thing, yeah.
Is there any like tattered banners like lying around or anything like that? Like,
you give me a perception check.
Yeah.
To have a look around. Yeah.
Thinking.
Just in case, like this tower is actually like the remains of a church or something. Perception. 10.
You can't really see any signs, and if there were, it's been a couple of centuries. You would probably know yourself that the Church of Kildare, they tend to be quite simple. They wouldn't have things like banners and things like that, and they were kind of quite simple monks that lived here that were like they were focused on raising the tree and kind of living out in the wilds, and and it would often be they could go their whole lives without ever having to actually tend to one of these acorns because they only fell every century or so. But they lived quite simple lives out here, and they would have kind of gradually built this place up. But you can't see any iconography of the Church Kildare.
From that though, I'm getting like the fact that there's the tree here in the first place is probably an indication that they may have.
Yeah, you would imagine, like based on what you know, that this is probably Dundercon.
I think we're here.
Yeah. But is there? Peg is going to kind of have a look at see what they can see about the sapling, or how close they can. Yeah. I don't know how close they've gotten now.
Yeah. You walk forward, and you get within maybe about 60 feet, 70 feet of the tree, and the earth just gets soft. And you can see as it slopes down, it is just boggier and boggier, and you start to see, even like at your diminutive stature, you start to sink into it a little bit as you move. And you imagine if you move closer, you would start to properly sink in. It is almost like a proper bog.
Can they what can they see of the any more detail on the sapling now? Or does it look sick? Like, does it look?
It looks like petrified wood. Give me a quick perception check there.
Are there any more bones?
Bog oak.
You shite, yeah. Perception. Oh, come on.
Oh my god.
Remember me by the crow stew that I made you last night.
You as you're looking at the the tree, you're kind of not quite aware of what you're at, and you take a step too far, and you kind of like go down into the mud a bit and have to push yourself back up. As you're pushing yourself back up, you notice just kind of whatever way your eye catches is actually kind of on the other side of the tree, and you manage to see from this angle that there is a pale white acorn hanging from one of the branches of the sapling.
Peg will, I was gonna say, dust themselves up, slop themselves off, I guess. Just, and I couldn't see. I had to get a better, angle. So there's
Sure, I'd just be more careful with your steps, please.
They will relay,
You can hear.
I can't remember. I think if it was
you'd think, Maeve,
or Maeve, I can't remember. Maybe all of you would know that the tree in Cape Darroch is the first oak tree that all the other oaks have been grown from, and no other oak has ever fruited. No acorns have ever grown on any of the other oaks.
Ooh, so is that common knowledge?
I think Dean Kecht got it on his roll, I think, or possibly Maeve, but I'm going to say as a group, you know it.
Okay, so this is extremely rare. And this would also potentially be like a good sign for the future. Would it?
But it's not growing and...
Well, there's an acorn there, so the acorn can be
something's grown. Yeah. Maybe something, and looking down at the bog, maybe something about the earth itself. Maybe the ground.
First level
the ground up there, sour.
Cast detect magic, please.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes, is it?
Yeah, 10 minutes concentration.
Yeah, okay, cool. So while Dean Kecht is doing that, does anyone else want to do anything else? There's obviously the kind of dilapidated or kind of half decayed buildings. There's the
sorry, I'm using a spell slot to cancel cast it.
Like, okay. Instantly. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can cast detect magic. Let me see.
I myself have a bad feeling about how quiet it is here. So
yeah.
I'm searching.
The way you're saying, did you say it was like a white acorn?
Yeah.
Petrified.
Yeah, that's not, no.
Still, I want to get it back to the Bravaka and see the elves, see what can be learnt about it.
So
and
I will kind of walk around. I'm not going to just stay in the one place. I'm going to walk around. I'm going to look around the rubble, looking at the roots.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Let me just have a think. Okay. You make your way around the tree, kind of circling, and you try to get a little bit closer in parts, but you do even at some parts start to sink a little bit, and you kind of have to pull your feet out. Maybe about get within 50, 60 feet of it. The range is like 100 feet or
60 feet width. So, sorry, it was perfect. 60 or 30. Sorry, 60 or 30. It's in chat there. 30 feet. Sorry.
30 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, I on my games allow 60 feet if you cast it. That's what I was thinking.
I just want to say thank you to Reby85 for getting a song now stuck in my head.
Yeah, I was just about to say the chat is now singing.
The rattling bog is going off it.
My son learned that in school, and it's been stuck in my head the last few days.
On the tin whistle for days.
So I'll say you can't get like a full look from the range that you're at, but from the tree you are getting that kind of like magic that you would associate with growth, like that kind of like transmutation or evocation all the time, but growth and change. But you've never seen anything quite like it. It's something you would actually know as well, and you'd be kind of hyper aware of it. It is almost a blending of the two schools of magic that you study. It's life and death.
Yeah.
There is like a necromantic energy entwined within this tree. Within the life of it, that's kind of causing this. It's like it's growing, but it's also dead.
It's like something is like draining the energy from it, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I, not now knowing that, would I be able to make an Arcana check to see if I could think of anything that could cause that?
Yeah, absolutely,
yeah. 20.
Yay!
Like, my theory is that the Slua are draining it.
So, you would know that there are creatures or spirits of the other world that can become fixated on life forces or sources of magic within this world.
Yeah.
Because they're very different to what's in the other world. Don't want to say like quite like a drug, but they become absolutely fixated on it, and they can drain that magic from it and kind of almost feed on it and become obsessed with it. You would know kind of where your mind is going. The Slua feed on the souls of people. Some people, kind of scholars in K-Dark have theorized, kind of, and philosophers, I suppose, about exactly what the Oaks are and if they are actually like these living beings, these sentient beings. Some people actually worship them as gods, like the gods of Kildara. So some people think that they are alive in more of a sense than just a tree would be. So it's not unfeasible that a spirit or a Slua or something could become obsessed with one of the Oaks and try and drain it. And because they can never get close to it because the light keeps them away.
But because this is a sapling, the light wasn't maybe there to. Okay. I have the mage hand cantrip. You said there's the. Actually, I don't want to pull off the acorn. Just think.
I don't know. I think it's not a bad idea because I think we should bring it back. Oh.
Yeah, I'll.
Enchanted Fae for gifting subs. Then.
I'll then, having done that, I'll use mage hand to then send over the hand to just kind of not even grab the acorn, but just to like push against the sapling slightly, just to disturb it. See if anything happens. If anything reacts to the sapling being interacted with directly. Like, detect magic is still up, I believe.
Yeah. You will have to get a bit closer.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah.
So you'll have to actually like wade into the box. So you probably I need like a D4. Where's the D4?
Yeah, I'll roll D4. It's 4.
Oh wow, okay, that's a lot. You start to sink.
Yeah, okay.
So you have to get close enough that you kind of start wading in, and it gets really soft really suddenly. You sink pretty much up to your waist.
Yeah.
In this bog. I don't know at what point you're doing this, if you're on the other side away from the other group or you're near them.
I'd probably stay near enough to the group.
Okay.
Can drag him out.
I will resist being dragged out if that's the case, because I'm trying to do this.
Okay.
You can try and get to him in a sec, but yeah, you mage hand. Mage hand.
Shove Mave's hand off and throw it.
Yeah, that's probably just
you so you're gonna give him the sapling a push, right?
Just kind of jostling the tree, just to disturb it to see if anything reacts to the fact that it's been interacted with.
So you push the tree and it gives like this little faint creak and wobble, and the acorn wobbles and it starts to fall. And as it does, you hear this like soul-piercing scream as this spectral hand emerges from beneath the tree and catches the acorn and swirls up into the air in this tangle of like rags and chains, and just lets out this horrific scream. It's covered in this like tattered cloth and has these blazing blue eyes. You see there's like chain around where its mouth would be and like a executioner's hood almost over it, and it just lets out this horrific scream. You in particular. I think we have some art for this as well, but that's gonna be initiative.
Amazing! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
That is fucking wicked.
Unreal, yeah.
Okay.
Initiative. Okay.
I'm just gonna track this on a piece of paper because.
Yeah. Where am I? Oh, I forgot I popped the sheet. Yeah.
Come on, roll high.
Come on.
20.
Yeah, fuck.
Nice.
Hey,
I'm stuck in the mode. I'm stuck in the mode. It makes sense that I rolled off initiative, but still.
That's fair.
Initiative. N8. Okay.
22.
Nice.
Oh, Enchanted Fable, thanks for the gifted subs there. The 2 gifted.
Yeah.
You can specify 2 players there that don't currently have a little dragon logo. Oh, actually, everyone has inspiration apparently already. So.
Yeah, I think there was enough of them. Yeah. That came.
Yeah.
So thanks very much.
Thanks,
yeah.
guys. Sorry, I'm not keeping up with chat.
All right.
I need a roll.
Welcome in, player 365. I believe that might be Josh I work with. There, so.
Hi, Josh. That Carrick works with.
He's actually played. If it is, he's played at one of your castle games, Keen.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, hello.
it is. Yeah.
Oh, hello there.
Nice one.
Excellent.
Oh,
Okay. I need a wisdom saving throw from everyone.
Oh no.
2 on that.
Well, that's not very nice.
That's a fucking
Oh,
three
no.
out of me.
6.
18. This thing doesn't scare me. I hope.
Okay, unnatural thing.
I'm so
Natural
dead.
1.
Okay, so Maeve and Dinam, unfortunately, it's like
Two we fucking need.
You
It's
guys
like
do have your
soul-piercing
inspirations. if you want to
scream.
use them.
Oh yes, can I use my inspiration to reroll?
Go for it.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Thanks, chat.
I'm gonna keep my nat 1.
Oh, it got worse.
Keith wants to see what happens. Ah!
So Maeve and Dinam, this scream just seems to shake you to your very core. You feel like almost your soul being tugged from you a little bit, and it just sends these chills through your bones. You are frightened of this creature for 1 minute.
Shit.
You can't move towards it. Can't willingly move towards it. You have disadvantage on attacks against it. And you can make the save again at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
So, Dinam, you are first.
Okay, so frightened, I can't move towards it. I think, yeah.
And you have disadvantage on attacks against it, I believe. I have D&D Beyond open. Why don't I just search for the frightened condition?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, you're disadvantaged on attacks, and you can't
Yeah.
move directly towards.
Towards whatever the
So I
yeah.
think I was kind of at the edge. This was, in my mind, a kind of a giant bowl almost.
Pretty much,
Rocky
yeah.
at the bottom and the tree in the middle, and the other 3 have gone down into it. This thing has appeared at the bottom with them, right?
Yeah, it's like swirled up, so it's almost at eye level with you now, because it's above the tree.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'd just be backing away at this stage. Yeah, he might. Yeah, sure. Why not? He'll take like a disadvantage attack, fire his short bow, just as he kind of almost turns to run away or whatever. Oh shit! Sorry, I just rolled damage now.
I should ask this earlier. What are people's passive perceptions?
14.
14.
13.
14 as well.
That's still a 15 on disadvantage.
Nice. Excellent. Yeah, you fire off your arrow. Do you want to roll some damage for me?
I've already rolled that damage, so we'll take that.
Oh, sorry.
I actually rolled the damage instead of rolling the attack, which it's all grand. We'll take that.
What's that? 5?
5 piercing.
You're backing away, and you have like a little quiver, quaver in your quiver, and you fire you fire off an arrow. It goes surprisingly true and hits this thing. It's like firing through a cloth. It like hits it, and you see it come out the other side and kind of wobble and tumble down. Like there's a resistance, but it still kind of passes through it a little bit.
Okay. I think, at that stage, once that happens, Dina will be like, "Dear God," and just start like backing away.
Okay, cool. You would notice as you start to back away, and actually, Maeve, and actually, I think all of you would notice, particularly because you're in the little bowl, the hollow. The earth around you in a couple of spots starts to shift and move.
No.
I think Dinkeck in particular, you would notice kind of within about 10 feet of you, you see like these fingers start to poke up out of the mud and start to pull themselves up out of the ground.
Sorry,
It's
can I
these
just ask?
fuckers.
Did I get another saving throw at the end of my turn?
You can make one now, yeah.
Fantastic. And that was wisdom?
Wisdom, yeah.
Come on, everybody. It's a 10. I might use my advantage now. I'll do that again. For a 16.
Nice.
Nice. Yes. You manage to you fire it off and you see it pass through and you're like, okay, I can kill this thing. Not if it bleeds, I can kill it, but you manage to shake it off. You are free of the fear, and you are immune, and anyone else who passes is immune to that fear for the next 24 hours.
Oh, fantastic. Cool.
Okay.
Does that include
Maeve,
first time success then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anytime you pass it, you're basically immune to it for Maeve, it is your turn.
So she's frightened of this. How far away would she be from it?
So it's up in the air. So
Oh, yeah.
from where you are, kind of the angle that you are, it's probably about like 10, 20 feet from you.
Well, what she will do is...
And the insect is like kind of near you, up to his chest and ball.
No, I'm also now looking at a hand that's just going. No!
Do you want me to pull you out now?
Hit the hand!
Hit the hand, okay. So she'll take the battle axe and go for the hand.
Okay.
She'll be one-handed because she has the shield and it's at disadvantage.
Okay.
A 7.
Are you just trying to pull him out?
No, she was attacking the hand.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, you swing at it, and it kind of like it happens to just move at the time, and you kind of like it gives like a wet splat into the. Actually, it's on the ground. Give me an advantage, actually.
Well,
This
I
thing
rolled...
is essentially prone, so.
I had rolled a 7 or an 18.
Oh, 18 then, yeah.
18.
Yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. You kind of swing down with your axe. Yeah, you can roll damage for me there.
A 10.
Ooh. Nice. That's a crazy amount of damage. You swing down with that just as the hand's coming out, and you basically like lop it off.
It's like,
And
no.
the thing like kind of flails around, starts pushing itself out, and you see it kind of like pulls itself up, covered in this wet mud, and just lets out this scream that just the bog bubbles out of its throat as it tries to scream at you. And you see it looks like one of the things that you killed the day before the meat back.
Oh my god, we
And you
need
see these things
fire!
You see more of them start to pull themselves out of the bog. Is that your turn?
That's... Yeah, I don't think she can do anything else as far as I'm aware. Although she has... No, I'm going to save that one. Never mind.
Yeah, you have your defense thing for a reaction to protect people as well, I believe.
Yes, she does. When a creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet of you, you can use a reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
Sweet.
And I am wielding the shield.
Yeah.
So-
Peg, it is your turn. Sorry, Maeve, you're
Yeah,
done.
no, that's it. Done. Thanks.
Cool. Peg, it is your turn.
Well, yeah, seeing this, that it's all kicked off and the hand is there and this thing's pulled itself free and it's... Peg is gonna unstop a flask of oil and just sort of starts splashing some on the Marvok that's pulling itself out of the ground that had its hand lopped off, and if that's an action then to kind of spray that and then spark the tinderbox.
Oh, sweet, yeah.
To set it on fire. If like I don't know if they need to do a check or anything.
Just
Yeah.
say.
Oh yeah, chat.
Maves needs to make her save for the frightened.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Peg is gonna lash into an amazing barrel on solo. Well, because that
That's
was
the wrong one.
Ridiculous.
It was Constitution. I meant to do wisdom, but I'll still take it. It's fine.
Sucks. Unfortunately, you were still frightened of the sluagh.
To be fair.
Kate is screaming at you in chat to use your inspo.
Oh, okay. I'll use it. It's a one shot. So it's wisdom I have to roll, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take it with you.
14.
Yes, that will do it. You managed to shake off that fear, and you are fine now.
Even though Maeve made the save before Peg's turn, Peg is going to attribute it retroactively to the rousing story that they kick into. So they'll light that Marvok on fire, and then the bonus action, it will tell the story of the day where they would serve as a feast for the crows. Or they would serve a feast for the crows, and then so the basic. Now, assuming that anyone within 10 feet of Peg as they start the story with that verse, Peg and allies affected by the story will get +1 to the result of their attack rolls. So Peg is thinking, let's fuck these guys up.
Hey,
But
Red
much
Robin
more
Cast, thanks for the
eloquently.
raid.
Poetically.
Can you stick that in the chat?
Hey, thanks again.
So we have a look at.
Yeah, I will. Pop it in
Excellent. So everyone has +1 to hit.
Fantastic. And that's kind of like, so you're the storyteller character, it's like a bard, but you're telling a tale, you're telling a battle story, and as it goes on you can stack things on top of it, is it?
Yeah, either stack, like either do concurrent, like different effects, or improve and kind of stack the same verse and get an improved version of it as you go along.
So like you're actually you're telling the story, so the content of the story determines what the mechanical effects are. So did you say this is like a feast for crows or something, was it?
This is this day they would serve a feast for the crows. Is this verse?
Quite florid. It goes like +1 at the first level, then +1d4, and then advantage. But then you could do like +1 to hit, reduce damage by +1, -1 for enemies to attack. You could combine them like that across 3 different ones.
I was gonna do a dozen arrows, yet still he stood and did a damage reduction. But since Maeve was there with the shield, I thought we might get a bit of damage reduction in that and deflect some blows.
That sounds so cool.
So you douse this thing. You start telling your tale, and you douse this thing in oil and spark it. It kind of like screams and keeps trying to pull itself out. It's pretty much burning from the top up. Okay, so then that was Peg.
Emmet, sorry to interrupt, but you may roll a d4 and heal the Slua. I think it's a Slua, I'm guessing, from the way you described.
Oh, in the ground, the Marvok is...
Or yeah, whichever, because Dave just gave a 1d4.
Turn off the Wi-Fi, Kate.
4!
Nice. Yeah. Unplug his PC.
He's probably on his phone.
True.
Nice. It is the Slua's turn, and it is going to fly down at the person who messed with his tree. It was stuck in the ground.
No.
I didn't mess with its tree. A visible ghostly hand messed with its tree that's 30 feet away.
And he's a ghost, so they should be friends.
Just saying.
Oof. Okay, that is an 18 to hit.
Let me see if I have shields. I don't think I do. I don't. Yeah, that hits.
It swoops down and it reaches out to you, but doesn't actually touch you. And it reaches a hand out and pulls the bag, kind of rips it open, and just lets in this. And you feel yourself being like tugged towards it, and your essence going towards, almost like, you know, the what are they called in Harry Potter?
Oh, the mentor, yeah.
Yes, that kind of thing. You take 9 necrotic damage.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm unconscious.
Your wisdom score is reduced by 3.
Yeah, I'm immediately knocked unconscious.
Your wisdom score is reduced by 3.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's not messing around.
So, out for the count. Gone asleep.
So it swoops down and does that and tries to swoop away. Maeve, I will let you make an attack of opportunity if you wish.
Yes, absolutely. She is going to swing the battle.
Oh, sorry. Before we do that, Maeve, did you want to use your reaction to correct Dying Cat because you're beside him? Or reduce the damage from it or anything?
Yeah, she can...
You don't have to, but just she has
It imposes disadvantage on the attack roll.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's up to you. You can save it if you want. Alright, I can reroll.
No, we'll try our best to not let poor.
So that would have been 16.
Still hits.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. You can make an attack for opportunity anyway, Maeve, as it tries to swoop away.
Absolutely.
So not only am I unconscious, I'm unconscious in quicksand.
A 15?
The bog.
15 will hit, yeah, absolutely.
Yay! And so it will take 6 points of damage.
You swing with your axe as it moves. You slash down, and it goes through its back, but it actually, like, you feel resistance, like proper resistance as you swing, and it cuts into it, and you see it like its back split a bit as you swing down, and it just lets out this, not like the scream of rage, but an actual screech of pain as you slash it into it with your axe, and it recoils and tries to, it continues trying to get away from it. But yeah, you've damaged it.
You can damage the guys.
Deankect, you are down.
I have advantage on death saves, so I believe, because of my race.
You do. So death actually works differently in this as well. So let me get the rules. I should have had these ready.
Because I got Death's Companion. I'm not afraid to die.
Which is good, because you make your death save at the start of your turn, I believe. Or hang on, let me check. Oh my god. Where did I
Oh my god, I hope you save it, because I can use the healer's pack on you.
Swift death, yes.
Bog first.
Oh yeah, so what damage did you have any damage left over, Deankect?
I had so I had 8 hit points. He did 9 points damage. So
okay, cool.
-1.
If you are reduced, any remaining damage exceeds your Constitution score, you'll be killed instantly.
My Constitution score is 9.
No, you're good. You're good now. Yeah. When you're reduced to 0 hit points, you have to make a death saving throw immediately. So
Okay,
when you drop, you have to make one straight away. But you have advantage.
That's 16, but I'll roll again with advantage. Just to say, yeah, 16.
Yeah. Okay. So what dying works differently in this? So you're not knocked unconscious.
Oh.
The way dying works is so you immediately make a death save, which you've done. Your speed is halved, and you can't take reactions.
Okay.
You can still take an action on your turn.
Okay.
So you can keep doing stuff. So and if you take any damage, you immediately suffer a death saving throw. And yeah, at the start of your turn. So it's the start of your turn now, so you need to make another death save.
Okay. I'll make my death save now, which is an advantage. So I'll just roll twice because it doesn't actually double advantage. That's a 13 or a 16.
Nice. So you have 2 successes now, and no failures.
So action, I am going to. I have 2 choices here. I can heal myself and try to run away, or
one thing just before you make your decision as well: death saves linger.
Okay.
So if you fail, they hang around, and they're much harder to get rid of. But you haven't failed any yet. So.
Yeah. If I can say, because I suppose this would be something that Deankect would be aware of that Carrick wouldn't be aware of. If it helps you decide, Carrick, Peg has one thing that I could try and tamp down on the death saves. I've a verse that could. Assuming Emmet did will work if he's already at the state of he's already dying, that I could stop the death saves, or I could use it now if you go down again. Again, I've a kind of a healing spell that could heal an area of effect.
I've decided that if I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna go down swinging. So Deankect is going to bark, and now I'm going to attempt to speak Irish here, and he shouts out Duracon Draecta, which translates to magic missile.
Nice.
as 3 ghostly flaming orbs just appear behind, kind of framing his form, and then he just raises his wand and points it at this Slua, and with anger just thrusts it forward, and the 3 orbs just slam into it. So nice. That'll be. Do you want me to roll each dart individually or take one and multiply it?
Each one individually.
Okay, yeah. That's 5 for the first one. That's 2 and 5. So 12 points damage total of force.
Oh, it's D4 plus 1, is it?
Yeah, it's D4.
It shows you last time I used Magic Missile.
I
never get to play.
I use it a lot.
Magic Missile, top tier. Sorry, what's your total damage?
Magic Missile. It's 12 total. I have a wand of Magic Missile,
nice.
And as long as you expend everything but the last charge, you can do a 6-level Magic Missile or 7-level Magic Missile for free. So it's great.
Amazing. Okay, so that is that. You launch off these darts. They slam into Slua as it's getting away. It does recoil and kind of bounce around from them. Dina, it's back around to you.
Dave, stop healing the enemies. It's another D4 for you.
I think Dino is going to. So what's the state of play? What condition is Deankect in? Is he under the mud?
Pretty much sinking into the mud. Actually, I need to roll for that. You sink another foot down, so you're kind of up to your top of your chest now. We're talking.
But the other 2. So sorry, just to clarify on the death saving throws. He's still conscious and firing off magic missiles, so it doesn't look like he's in serious.
So yeah, so you're not incapacitated when you're dying in this, because I find that really boring. But you're basically like down on a knee. You can take one action each turn, but you still have to keep making death saves.
Yeah.
Right, okay. But the other two guys are still are beside him.
Yeah.
So they're kind of okay. So I think we're gonna go for another.
I wouldn't probably have any physical damage either, so it's probably really hard to tell given the type of attack that was used on me.
Yeah. I mean, you're sinking, but the other guys are not fully sinking, so they're there to help out. So I think I'm going to fire the short bow again, and then I think I'd like to kind of... Well, before I fire the short bow again, I want to take a look around to see, is there anything else on the horizon? Is there anything else coming in? Is it just this... I want to kind of like clarify this is just the combat situation we're dealing with, or something. Just like anything crawling up around. So would that be like a bonus action perception check, or use my action?
I'll just let you use your passive basically. But as you look around, so the Slua is kind of like swept down towards the Inkek, sucked out his soul, and moved away. And then these other Marvak are pulling themselves out of the earth. As you kind of like take a quick glance around, you don't see anything in the immediate vicinity. Like you can't see into the ruins of the kind of decayed buildings. There might be stuff in there. But you're not sure. But like immediately from what you can see from just having a quick look around, there's these Marvak pulling themselves out of the bog, and then there's the Slua, and
the Slua has the acorn.
Yeah.
Right. Okie dokie. And the Marvek, how many of them, and how far are they out of the ground? Are they?
So there's one pretty much beside, within about 5-10 feet of the Inkek, pulling itself out, and the other two are probably about 10-15 away, kind of to the left and the right.
Okay. I think I'll go for the one that's pulling itself out of the ground beside the Inkek.
That's been burned as well, actually, by Peg.
All right. No, right. I'll go for the flying guy. So everybody else seems to be taking care of things. So that's just a straight arrow shot of 17.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Fantastic. That's 9 piercing damage.
Oh, nice. You fire off the arrow, and again, it kind of like hits it. It's almost like firing through water or something. It kind of tumbles out the other side. It kind of recoils again and lets out another like angry screech. As bits of it are being torn away, like its spectral body. You seem to have hurt it, but again, not as much as you would expect an arrow to do.
Cool.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think I'll start moving down the slope towards the basin of the.
Sure, yeah. You kind of sink in a little bit, but you can stay off your feet.
Yeah, I'll stay kind of like.
Dinkek's moved a good bit in. He's about like 10-15 feet in.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going in to get anybody. I can see they're all in there, but I'll just get down a little bit closer.
Maeve, it is your turn.
I will try and take. Oh God, my brain's not working at all. Pronunciations are not my thing. Dinkek?
Dinkek.
Yeah, Dinkek. I will try and take you out of the mud. Or should I use the healing pack on you, which would be best?
I'm not going to tell you how to use your turn. It's entirely up to you.
Well, one of them is going to happen. Which would you prefer?
I don't know if I'm in a state to reply. Like, I'm still standing or in character.
Yeah, no, you can still talk. Like, yeah.
All right. He probably expressed that he's hurting pretty badly, but he'd also be more concerned about the other things.
So you using the
I'll
healer's
try and
pack
just
is a wisdom medicine, if that makes a difference to you.
Oh dear God! Yeah,
Like,
no, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna just take you out of the
Based
ground.
on the,
Yeah, because I can do the.
I'm gonna take you out of the ground.
I will
I
say
don't pull him out.
based on like his feature there, like Death's Companion, I think it was called, or something like that. He seems in pain, but he seems like he's not really bothered. Like death is death. It comes to us all.
I suppose, yeah, maybe with you casting magic missile and stuff, he'd be like, "Oh, you're grand, just get out."
Yeah. Like he's dying, but he's like, "Fuck this, I'm taking you with me."
Maybe
Fair.
I would say like with your movement, you can kind of just hook him on the arms and drag him back a little bit.
So
just using your movement, so you can
Just a
still have an
movement.
action.
Oh, right,
you can still have
okay.
an action, yeah. So you can pull him back maybe like 5-10 feet, kind of with the two of you, and then you can use your action for something else if you wish.
Okay, perfect. So what she will do is literally yank him out, push him to the side,
Yeet him away.
just yeet, get the fuck out, and then she will attack the ones coming out of the ground again.
Yeah, so the one is kind of like it's kind of burned, but it is still managed to. It still is alive. It
Yeah.
is out of the earth now, but you can make an attack against it.
Yeah, she is gonna use her. Oh, a 6.
No, she's not.
Hold on.
6 plus 1.
Is there what's the AC for them?
Their AC. What? Their AC is 11.
Oh shoot. No, that wouldn't even work.
In fact, it's a nat 1, so it's a nat 1 to fail
Oh, it's a
anyways.
miss anyway. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I missed that bit. Yeah, no. Missed. Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
well.
you swing. It kind of like it does like a weird, awkward kind of half step, which throws you off, and your axe kind of swoops
Yeah,
past it.
probably taking him out, and I was like, I stepped wrong and just fuck.
As it does that, it lunges at you, and tries to take a bite out of you. Thankfully, it misses with a
Does
8.
fall-
It kind of like
fall
lunges for you,
face
kind of
down
like
in
back
the
to
mud and
back.
get stuck?
It does not, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
The other 2 come running as well. One kind of like it's moving through difficult terrain, but it does manage to get up to Dinam, and the other one gets up to Peg. So the one kind of running at Dinam gets a 15.
Goes against Dina, was it?
Yeah.
15 hits.
Yeah, it kind of runs up to you. It tries to slam into you, but it doesn't have the momentum through the thick mud, but it grabs you and like bites down on you and rips a chunk out of you and just bites down. Swallows it down. You take 3 piercing damage as it bites into you. The other goes running at Peg.
Yeah.
Well, almost in that one. And gets a 16 hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, same kind of thing. It can't quite get the momentum it wants. Oh wait, no, this one is actually further away. So sorry, this one actually slams into you.
Nice.
Pretty much like full force body tackles you just with its momentum. It's almost like falling through the mud as it hits you. And you're only wee as well. You take 6 bludgeoning damage. You take 9 bludgeoning damage, and it knocks you prone. So like it just barrels into you, hits you, and sends you sprawling into the mud.
Okay. Down to 6 or so, and I'm prone.
And it's now your turn, Peg.
Now the question. I think seeing Dean Kick's attitude towards, I think we're going for it, and I think I'll have to do some damage before I start burning it. So I think to this isn't the one that was already burning, is it? This is a different one.
This is a different one. So there's kind of 2 in front of you now.
Different one.
You and Maeve are like side by side. I think Dean's a little bit further away, and Dean Kex has been easy back about 5 feet.
Yeah. I think Peg is gonna double down on a Feast for the Crows. Second round of that, take that up to the improved one. So we'll have the plus D4 to the roll, and then they're gonna. I'll just roll a D4 after, but they're gonna try and stab this one with the.
So is that plus D4 to everyone's hit?
Oh, yeah, but am I disadvantaged now because I'm prone? Can I?
You can stand up
again,
with your move. You can just
stand out without them getting any kind of a swing.
Yeah. You can just use your. I think it's like half your movement to stand up, so you're good.
Lads, the Technomancer has just broken her own golden rule and healed.
What?
And healed the monster.
What? Who did that?
Hey!
Hey.
I'll remember this on Tuesday.
Nice. Oh well, that is with the
That's,
D4 from
4
the.
more zombies added to
from
the initiative in that next encounter on Tuesday. Just so you know.
Hey!
So do I roll another D4 to heal again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the beasties. So I assume which means the Mavrak.
I'm not sure which one. Yeah, which would deal
Marvac?
choice, I guess.
Marvac?
Do I get to pick?
Oh, it was Dave.
Yeah.
Oh.
I knew
Nice.
it. Fucking knew it.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can. Oh no. Well, that was with the D4 from the Feast for Crows verse. That is an 11 on the dot, 7, and then the 4 on the D4.
To hit?
So that's 11 to hit the
11.
Marbach, yeah.
With everything added into it, is it?
Yeah. 11 all in.
Are you using your sling, is it?
The
'Cause
Dug,
it's,
sorry.
Oh, sorry, the Marvak. Sorry. I was thinking the Slua. You do hit the Marvak. Yes,
Sorry.
absolutely.
Here.
Are you going for the one that got hit?
Oh,
Dave has put us into a
The-
hype train by healing.
well, whichever one is.
Yeah, you can go for the ones you hurt already. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Take one of them out.
I mean, if I can get the one that, if I can reach the one that's on fire and has been burned, I will. If that's.
Yeah,
well,
that one's still in
no,
front of you, so you can hit that. Yeah.
Sweet, so that's 5 damage.
As you stab it, you see where the fire had hit it. The fire has gone out, and you can see some of the flesh has started to heal. You kind of shank it, and it drops to the ground.
Emmet, so you just got another D4 off Dave, and then
What is happening?
Ben, you got a D4 off Kate.
Welcome to our
Oh my god,
streams.
this is ridiculous.
They're not usually. It's not usually this
Sorry,
back to back.
Dave? Yeah, no, it isn't. It's because of Dave, and Dave cannot complain that we never finish anything up in a one shot. We're in a one shot, and Dave is healing the monsters.
Dave's the one who can't finish in a one shot.
12 HP back already, like.
Dave is trying to drag us all down.
Oh my god.
No,
Okay.
I know. I'm only.
For now.
I love it. I love it.
Slua's
Dave, I'll
turn.
be eternally grateful for the healing that you gave the
What?
old men. So
Oi.
I'm all for it.
Heal them all more.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
It's miraculously healing. I had a plan until it regained like 8 hit points. It flies up. You see it like turn around and kind of it almost glares at each of you and screams, and then it slowly dissipates in fog and disappears.
Very good or very bad?
That's the
Ian Keck, it is your turn. Can you give me a death saving throw, please?
Yep. So where's that gone?
is that the
That's
Slua
it.
that's disappeared?
Yes. Yeah.
That's it. And it's at advantage, so I'll roll it again anyways. But yeah, I'll take the 11, which I believe is a save, I'm assuming.
Yep. So
Yep.
you are up. So you're good. You're stabilized.
So I'm up on 0 HP?
1 HP.
Oh, nice. So yeah, I kind of just, as that happens, I kind of just recompose myself and just take a deep breath, and I'm like, okay, not dying. And then I look, Slua's gone. I'm gonna look around. Do I see any more of the Marbaks? Like, how close are they?
Yeah, there's one, like, you kind of got chucked back a bit, but there's one within, like, 5-10 feet of you that Maeve and Peg are dealing with. And there's another one maybe about 10 feet to your left that has slammed into Dinam as well.
Which one of them has the oil on it?
One has already been dropped that had oil on it.
Okay, that's
It's
dead
on the
already.
ground.
But that's not been burnt, so it's still up. Potentially. From what
It
That was the
established.
other one, yeah.
it was burnt and then dropped.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the one that's like Peg and Maeve seem to be handling this one. So I'm just gonna point a finger over at the one that's near Dinam, and I'm going to fire a firebolt out. With a
Sweet.
10, which I believe will miss. But do I have an inspo?
Did you add the D4?
I do.
Did you add the D4 from...
You get a D4
Peg?
from
There's-
Peg's
there's-
verse as well on an attack roll.
There's
yeah.
a lot happening in chat right now.
That's an 11.
11 is just enough to hit, yep.
Yeah, so I won't use my inspo. So yeah, I just like blast it with a bit of flame, and I hit it with a 6 points of damage,
Nice.
fire damage specifically.
Yeah, the fire, it just like ignites as the fire hits it, and it just...
Thank you, Dave.
1, 2, 3. You've got 4 D4s.
Nice.
Who? I think.
Yeah, it's 2d4 into a pool, so we've rolled. We
Breakfast
can only
getting
give
around,
2d4 per round. I think didn't we establish recently? So
Yeah, because
I
there's
can
one
do-
from Kate, one from Enchanted Fable,
and one from Dave.
and one from
which-
Dave
thanks,
as well.
Dave,
So
I
there's
was not
4.
expecting. Yeah,
Fae
so
are out in force from
um,
the other world.
but I
The
think
Fae is
as-
helping the Fae.
Yeah, we as admins briefly discussed that just to keep it balanced and not unfair on the DMs, that you can each creature can only get 2d4 per round, so 2 of those d4 will go back into a pool. So if you guys need them.
Cool.
So I got 4 hit points back. I'm back up to 5, so that's more than half my health at this level. So I'm happy.
Dina, it's back around to you.
So there was a creature beside me. One of the
Yeah, it's just burst into flames, but it is still standing.
And there's another one further away, and then the Slua has dissipated. Is there any sign of the acorn that's gone with it?
Not from what you can see, no.
It's disappeared as well. How far is the Marvak beside me? How close is it?
Oh, it like slammed into you, so it's beside you.
All right. So I'm going to draw out my. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use a bonus action, and anyone that's nearby will see as the kind of the shock of the slam from the Marvak and then the fireball. You can see Dinam's his claw or his fingernails start to grow really long, and you can see he kind of takes on this almost bestial style type nature. And his incisors grow long, and he transforms into a monstrous version of himself. And is going to attack with his claws against the creature. No, fangs, I think.
I like how it's like, it bit you, so you're like, oh, well, okay, well, that's what kind of game we're playing.
So nobody's ever told Keith that you're not supposed to bite a zombie back, because that will also infect you.
But nobody's giving the zombie rabies.
Yeah, I think you go for claws rather than fangs. Probably.
Because then you can keep your bow out. You can just bite them.
That is
Insize check.
17.
That's good.
Yeah, that hits, yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Let's reach out and slash with these claws. And that's 4 damage.
Nice. You slash with the claws. The thing is, like, lunging at you, kind of still on fire. You slash straight across its throat, and you just see it like its head lolls back and just gapes open, and then it kind of like slowly just falls back and splats into the mud.
Nice.
Excellent. Maeve, it is your turn. So there's still one in front of you that attacked Peg. So within a 5 to 10 feet of you.
Oh well, it's she's gonna make a bit of a drastic move. She's gonna put down her shield for a second.
But it'll sink into the bog.
Oh, it won't. It'll attach to her hip. She's got things on her hips.
She got like the Captain America. She just like pops it on her back.
Yeah.
Or like, do you remember like Xena back in the days? And she
Yes.
used to hook them onto her belt.
Yeah.
So she'll just put it there, and she'll just use the 2-handed battle axe on.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Because she's had enough of weak rolls.
You'll get it.
18.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
That'll do.
And
Charlie, you're not
11 for hit. Or 11 points of damage, sorry.
Sweet. Yeah, you swing at this thing and you like hit it in the neck, and it like lolls to the side, but it kind of keeps stumbling towards you with this like kind of. Its head is resting on its own shoulder. It's barely alive, but it.
Okay,
it is
well,
just
what
about-
she's going to do then is she's going to use her action surge on this one because she's had enough.
Yeah.
So on your turn, you can take 1 additional action. So she's gonna swing for it again. She's like, no, come back.
Yeah, nearly headless Nick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, a 7.
Just a 7.
Judge
Plus,
the
you
just-
get to roll a d4. If you can get a 4, you'll.
I'll
Hit the
roll a
AC.
d4. Come on. Be a 4. It'll be a 1.
Nice.
Oh my god!
That is exactly what you need to hit.
Never happens to me, and I can't shout.
We're doing quiet joy. Yeah.
Yay! Another 11 points of damage.
Bloody hell. Yeah, you like swing, its head almost comes off, and you go just swing again, and the head just like spins away and lands in the mud. Amazing.
She just stares at this thing, looking for more.
It falls to the ground. Peg, the one in front of you that you burned, you see it twitch and it starts to get back up.
Someone burn them!
Well then, yeah.
The one you drop, Maeve, it hits the mud and it starts to move again and just like kind of starts clawing itself.
Someone give me fire!
How much, like with this, basically, how many of these is Peg gonna realistically with a 1 flask of oil?
It's like an hour. I'd say like 3. So that one is going to lunge at you, Peg, and it's going to get you. It bites you, and you take 3 damage.
Yeah.
And you see, like, as it bites into you, like where it was burned, and it starts to heal. And you see all those burns kind of, its flesh starts to reknit itself as it does. The other one, like the headless one, comes at you, Maeve. I'm going to give it disadvantage because it doesn't have a head.
Okay, fair.
6 is not enough. So 9, it kind of like lunges at you and just kind of like stumbles past you almost. Peg, it is your turn now.
Peg is gonna bonus action reach the rousing peak of the story of this day they would serve a feast for the crows. Using the second use of their story. So we're on to superior.
Nice.
Feast for the crows. So me and all allies affected by the story, so more or less any of you that are within kind of 10 feet of me will have advantage on your attack rolls while that's active. It'll be this round and next round if I keep it up. And then as then action is gonna kind of douse and spark up whichever of these Peg can reach easiest.
If you could also potentially drop it and have the Inca burn it, but there are 2 up now, so it's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Could you sort of do a bit of a splash, or like Peg do a bit of?
It's a little bit too. The other one's a little bit too far away. So you can get the one in front of you if you want to douse that one. Yeah.
I'll get this one. Just I feel a better shot of just burning it up.
On its head.
Yeah, you drop it. You kind of dump it out on it. You season it with oil, and spark it up. It roars again as it starts to catch fire.
Is that the lamp oil or the olive oil from the cooking kit though? That's the only issue.
Oh shit!
Be careful.
It's good.
One's not as flammable.
Yeah.
Still flammable, not as.
Yeah.
Actually, yes. Dinam, you notice. You almost hear something. You just feel like you're being watched. That kind of second sense you have. You look around and you can see the Slua is sneaking up on you. It has reappeared from somewhere, and it was creeping up behind you. But you've spotted it in time. But it's about 10 feet behind you, and it was coming towards you.
Oh, it's back.
Nice.
Soul stealing feckers.
Dinkek, it is your turn.
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
Sorry, Karen. Your turn.
Yeah, no, sorry. Still getting used to the new character. Yeah, so do I see the Slua sneaking?
Yes, you would. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You would kind of like you would notice it, but Dean was not first.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. So he just shouts out once again, Juricon Dragta, and like blasts it with magic. And 1, 2, 3. You're all 3 times? It did.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna hit it for 12 points of force damage.
Nice. Excellent.
Magic missile.
Yeah, it's like sneaking up almost on Dinam, and it just like gets hammered with these darts of magic. Kind of reverberates through its spectral form. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, just like heavily angrily shout, "F off!"
Dinam, it is your turn. Back around to you.
Yeah, I think with that, Dinam will turn around and draw his bow, and I have advantage because of the song.
Yes. Yeah,
you sure?
Sneak attack as well.
So I'm gonna stick the Hunter Strike on that, and it's a 13 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
And then that is 11 damage between the Hunter Strike and Dexterity. As again, Dinam just hears it coming up behind, and then as the 3 magic missiles go flying past, draws the arrow, turns, and kind of like kneels down in the muck and fires another arrow.
You fire it, and it basically like it goes straight, kind of almost between its forehead through the bag, and like tears through it and kind of falls out the other side. It kind of like shakes and kind of recoils. It's still standing, but it's looking like shredded from all the damage that it's taken. Maeve, it is your turn.
Oh God, she needs fire to get these things, and she has none. How many are up and around her?
There's 2.
There's still 2. Shoot, I thought there was
One
one.
has been burned. The one by Peg has
Yeah.
been
The one that's been
burned.
by Peg is the bird. The other one near you has gotten back up. Just for you as well, Maeve, you have an iron axe, and you know the Sluas are weak to iron. That's why it had such a reaction to you earlier.
With the iron, yeah, because it's an iron battle axe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have the Marbach is around you, so you can't get away from it now. But you'd risk being attacked.
Yeah.
Question for you, Emmet. Does it have to be finished off with fire damage, or does it just have to have taken fire damage?
Has to taken, like, kind of meta-wise, it has to be take fire damage on the turn it's killed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so similar to a troll and its regeneration.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's basically kind of cross between that and the undead fortitude thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the only really thing she can do right now, because she has no fire on her whatsoever, nothing in the tools, so it's just two-handed again, I guess. We'll just keep knocking it down. A 16.
Yes, absolutely.
And 8 points of damage.
You like smack it, this headless Marbach, back into the mud again.
Why would you die?
Do you want to do anything while it's down?
I don't know if there is anything I can do. I'm just having a look here. Sorry, I'm not as proficient as my other friends here. No.
I don't think she has any bonus actions or anything anyway, but if you wanted to move away or anything, but no. And then
good.
Yeah, that one starts to get back up again. The one in front of Peg lunges at them.
Somebody burn it.
It is for Maeve. That is a hit.
No.
It kind of lunges and manages to. You don't have a shield anymore, so it manages to knock the axe away, and it bites down on you. And you see again, it's like you almost see like the wounds on its neck start to stitch together, like it's healing, but it's not like it's regrowing a new head. It's just the flesh is actually trying to do something. The other one goes for Peg, and that is a 12.
Oh, that's just on the money.
Is it? Yeah. It bites, kind of rips out your arm and takes another chunk out of you, and it's healed again. Didn't even need Dave to heal.
How many points of damage do we take for that?
Oh, sorry, 3 each.
3.
And then it is the Slua's turn, and it's going to basically dart forward at Dingham.
Dave is confused by the fact it healed itself. No, Dave, it doesn't. It healed itself.
That'll be a 19. So, Dingham, Keith, you take 9 necrotic damage.
Oh, okay.
Use the
And
pool
your
of
wisdom
healing.
is reduced by 1.
My wisdom is reduced by 1. I'm fucking incredibly smart. Is that my modifier or the score?
The score.
I don't know how that works. Put into the thing.
Yeah, it is. It's an awkward mechanic.
Well, the computer will figure it out for us.
Computer will know what to do.
Yes.
Okay, that's its turn, and the Incect is back around to you.
Oh, me again. Oh, Jesus, quick. I keep forgetting how quick the turn is. I was typing in the chat. So, how is the Slua looking at the moment? Like, does it look bad, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It doesn't look great.
How close am I to it?
You're probably about 15 feet, I'd say.
I'm gonna move the 15 feet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try this. That's the 9 sheet, not mine. Oops. I'm going to, with this connection with life and death, I feel like I'm gonna inflict death on this thing here, at least hopefully. And I'm gonna try with an inflict wounds if it will roll.
Nice.
I don't know if it's not rolling in chat. I don't think.
Through here.
Let's see. What would that be? That would be what, a D20 plus 5. Sorry guys, it's just why that's not working. I'm gonna use my inspo.
Is that an attack roll?
It is.
Oof.
You would have had advantage from. Well, is
Oh, do I have advantage?
Detecting still because he would have.
He would have started his turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would have started his turn.
Okay, so that'd be the advantage roll. I'm still gonna use my inspo to try to reroll it then.
Okay.
22.
Nice. You kind of not sneak, but I guess move up to this thing. And are you touching it? Is it?
Yep.
You touch. You feel the magic wash out of you. The power of this like inflict wounds. You know what normally happens. It's like it hits the same type of magic and they just bounce off each other.
Oh, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Yeah, well, worth a shot.
It's necrotic damage.
Yeah, no, figured. I didn't know if it was. I figured it might have been immune, but it was worth a try.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't want to again. Yeah, that's my turn.
So that's you, Dinam. So we still have two of the Marvac up, and they are starting to heal themselves because they're eating people. So there's one by Maeve and one by Peg.
And Slua has.
Everyone else have fire.
And the Slew is in front of you actually, so it's looking hurt.
How far away is it?
Still there.
Has it stopped its
Oh,
approach?
it's in front of you. It came up and tried to. It did that.
Yes,
I think so. It's in front of you. Yeah.
Don't forget pool of healing, Keith.
What is that? Oh, right. Sorry.
There's 2d4 in there.
Kate is screaming at me.
Yeah. She's very tired from screaming at us. We keep forgetting.
That's 4, so I get 4 hit points back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. I think it's going to use. I think that he's too close for the short bow, so I think he's going to draw his short sword and take a swing at this thing as it comes running up.
And you'd have Hunter's Strike on this as well.
That's right. And I'm rolling with advantage.
Yep.
6 and a 22.
Oh, that'll do it.
I take 22. And that is 14 damage.
Oh. You basically, this thing has like drained out your soul, part of it anyway. And was trying to sneak up on you. You can see the white acorn in its hand. You drop your bow and pull out your short sword, and you just like stab it through the neck and twist and pull, and you just see the hood kind of rip, and just this eruption of necrotic energy just explodes out of it. It lets out this horrifying shriek filled with fury and loss, and it just dissolves into this shapeless cloud of mist. The pale white acorn falls out of its withered hand and lands on the earth with an unnatural thud that seems to cause a reverberation through the ground, and you can almost feel it in your bones. The other Marvac, feeling that vibration, they like screech and start to run. Well, one of them doesn't have a head, and start to run from the feeling and the sight of what has happened. And they scramble over the rubble and, well, unless you stop them, race into the woods, escaping the cursed ruin. The white acorn begins to slowly sink into the wet earth. You have discovered the fate of Dundercon, but what happens to the acorn and this ancient place of worship now lies entirely in your hands. You have defeated the Slua. That is the end of the adventure.
Oh my god.
I want to take that acorn back to Kate Darrick and see what we can learn. Just before, though, last thing Peg is going to do is use their action to tell the legend of Brieg, goddess of healing.
Nice.
And end their story with that, and heal us up for the trek back.
Oh god.
That was fantastic.
That's
Emma,
amazing.
Thank you very much.
Very much enjoyed that.
I'm gonna we'll be impatiently waiting now for the last few days before the Kickstarter launch.
Can't wait.
And then while to wait then for the full book. But yeah, folks, as Keith said as well, pick up that quick start guide. You can see all the pre-gens that we're playing, including Morgruith the Dree and Aindu the Channeler, which we didn't get a look at. So there's plenty there to discover and run through the adventure yourself. I suppose before we kind of log off for the night, I would just pass it back to Emmet, just if you've any to say or final thoughts about before we head off.
Yeah, no, it was great fun. Thank you all for playing, and thanks chat for all the fun of the prolonging D&D combat, which is something everyone wants. But hey, we got through it pretty quick. So yeah, thank you for. I know it was like we were at it for 4 hours, but we did a one shot in a one shot, so that rarely happens.
Especially here on EC.
Yes.
And especially in my group, like I did this with my group, and I think it took 3.5 hours or something. So I was panicking at when we went to AdventureCon, and then I did it in 2 hours at AdventureCon. But yes, so from here on, what would happen is it's up to you. You could go back to Darroch. Traveling back is easier as long as you follow the same path. You don't have to make any checks or anything like that. It just takes time. You could turn this into like an outpost or a haven, and it could become like a staging ground for you to explore the rest of the woods. You could go back to Darroch and bring people with you, and they could start to rebuild it if they thought it was safe. Or what happens with the acorn is up to you. Leave it here, try and destroy it, bring it back for scholars and archmage to figure out what to do with it. And then there's the map that we saw is, I think it's about a 1/10 or 1/8 of the size of the full map. So there's a massive amount of that's it. So that little rectangle up there that you can't even see on screen. I think we have the full one up.
I could show is that
you can
I might
absolutely.
We might have
I'm after creating a folder somehow. I'll let you do it.
Oh wow.
I think we're there. I might have to zoom. We'll have to zoom out quite a bit on
oh Jesus, that's nice.
Twitch
I like
see
that.
the whole thing.
Yeah,
I saw
the
it
map
in
was
person.
done by
It was,
Jared Blando, which
unreal.
if you play D&D, you've seen his maps. He's done Out of the Abyss. He's done. He did a map of Baldur's Gate at some point as well. Absolutely amazing cartographer.
Put upside down a little bit.
It is sort of Ireland flipped and reversed as well. So I didn't want to do exactly Ireland, but I used some of the similar shapes.
I recognize that bit there at the end. That's recognizable.
It's also it's a bit of Ireland mishmash with my own homebrew world from a few years ago. But you can actually see the other cities are on the map as well. The 3 other cities, which is there's kind of like a red cap and some other stuff that Jared threw in as illustrations. Yes, but there's 3 other cities which the names now elude me at the moment. Rathbav, named for Bav the goddess.
Was that the 2 wilted trees?
There's 3 of them. Yeah, there's another one even further down again. Yeah, so there's 3 other cities that were built around the trees, and then there was just cities built not around the trees as well. But yeah, so there's a massive amount of the map to explore.
I love that little bit of the illumination is kind of around the edges, like all manuscripts and
Ogum carvings as well.
Very kills. Yeah.
But no, that was
the other thing.
Very fun.
It's been so much fun. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much. I'm happy to come back anytime.
And as definitely. Oh, we'll get you on as a player. I'm sure with all the play testing as well and everything, you're feeling the curse of the forever GM. Pretty heavily. For
the last 20. So we'll get you on years.
Yeah. Well, look,
Thank you so much.
Come on and play. So everybody, that's 11th of March, so Tuesday week.
5 p.m. our time. So it is late in the evening because it's targeting 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 5 p.m. our time. So
so even the Irish TTRPG books have to we cater to the tourism from our cousins across the Atlantic.
But there's a lot more authenticity to this, hopefully.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is it. This is what you want, really. If for a bit of look through even just even just going full on with just,
No
spelling as it would be Australia. No sexy leprechauns, indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut.
Anyway.
Yeah. Look. Yeah. We'll see you. Look. Next stream on the channel is going to be Carrick's own Arcane
Yes.
Adventures in Andromedus,
Awesome.
and keep an eye on the Kickstarter, and we will 100%. We'll have Emmet back on, and we'll let him play, and we can kill him.
Yeah,
So-
I need the distraction when I'm not spending every single waking hour refreshing the Kickstarter. So
Yeah. If we see you getting distracted on stream, we'll know what you're doing.
yeah,
Yeah, just like
Okay. Thank you very
Uh,
much, folks.
Tom's just asking who we should raid tonight. So if anyone has any
Anyone
suggestions,
on? Anybody have suggestions of who's on that we can all bring them to
Route 66 are usually who we would raid on a Sunday. when
Route
we're
66?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't normally stream on a Sunday. Yeah, so yeah. Well, look, we'll go in there. We'll raid. We'll We'll I don't know. We'll shout something interesting. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciated it. We'll see you again very soon.
See you guys.
Thanks all.
Bye.
thanks, folks.
Cheers, folks.